Okay, I'll call to order the February 6, 2023 regular meeting of the Haywood County Board of Commissioners. The first order of business will be our Pledge of Allegiance, and after that we'll have our invocation by Pastor Josh Frazier. So if everyone would please stand for the pledge.
Let us pray. God in heaven, we thank you for another day to be able to be on this beautiful place we call Earth, especially here in Haywood, North Carolina. What a blessing it is to be here. God, today as we talk about different issues that come up and a variety of problems that may arise, I pray that we would address these things with compassion and respect for our brothers and sisters and one another, as we seek to do what's best for our county, for our community, for the people that live here. We pray that you would give us wisdom and guidance in all that we do. We pray that you would be in the hearts and the minds of the people as we seek to do what is best. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Josh. Our next order of business is public hearing, but we do not have one today. Next order of business is public comment session. I will ask, we have about 30 people signed up to speak. If you would, state your name, maybe where you're from. Please adhere to the 3 minutes. Amy will let you know when the 3 minutes is up, and if you would just finish your thought. Since we have a lot of people to speak this morning, and since we have a long agenda, I would appreciate if you would conclude your remarks when she announces. I'm just going to take these in the order that they were presented to me. Our first person signed up to speak is Dale Glantz. Welcome, Dale. It's on.
How are you?
I'm Dale Glantz. I live in Clyde.
Hey, if you would, speak into the mic. There you go.
Lower that down for us tall people.
Yeah.
I've got a complaint. I was coming back from VA last Wednesday on Interstate 40, which I live close to somebody here. We've got enough trash. I got behind the CWS, I believe is how you say it. It's the contractor. I didn't know we hauled trash, or in my opinion, we're hauling trash from Buncombe County over here. I drove a truck 41 years, and if much trash had come off our trucks, we'd have been stopped, give a ticket. I've complained about this before. And this truck did go into the recycle center. It sure looked loaded to me. I followed it just from the scales on. Now this is getting ridiculous, to my opinion. I have another problem with talking to a lot of the people that work for them. These people have families to support. I know we just gave a good raise to these company back in the fall. How can you work for a police? Most of them retired for $10, $11 an hour. My taxes are not that cheap. These people ought to be paid more. This company ought to be made to pay them more to do the job to keep these, and I'm talking over the whole county, keep them as clean as they do. I mean, I've made comments before. I don't know if anything's ever been done, but the truck are traveling the road. I believe there's a law in Haywood County, I'm not positive. If I haul my trash to the strike, I better have a tarp over so I can get a ticket. And I mean, it was constant blowing out on the interstate. So I know the truck was pretty well loaded. Appreciate something. I've been talking over deaf ears for about 7 or 8 months now. Wrong people, I guess, I've talked to. But you guys are supposed to be the leaders and the boss of this county. These people have good equipment. There's no excuse for that blowing out on the interstates. And I don't think we need to be taking Buncombe County's trash either, in my opinion. I'd appreciate something if somebody would do it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Myrna Campbell. Welcome, Myrna.
I'm Myrna Campbell. I'm from Waynesville. Good morning. I'm here for two reasons. First, to urge you to vote to accept the $75,000 grant from the North Carolina Division of Public Health. The health and well-being of the general public should be something that we should be able to unite around, but it hasn't been the case with COVID. It's been kicked around like a political football since its onset. It's my understanding that the grant will focus on removing obstacles to accessing the COVID-19 vaccine, increasing vaccine confidence, coordinating COVID-19 vaccine services, and expanding the Division of Public Health's COVID-19 vaccine program. My second reason for being here is to express my concern that the only people you've been hearing from are the naysayers. The citizens who accompanied me this morning are here to demonstrate their rejection of the anti-vaccine information presented to you at your last meeting and to show support for my request that you accept the grant money. I have no expertise in the medical field, but I am living, breathing proof that the COVID vaccine is safe. I had 2 vaccinations initially and 3 boosters, didn't experience any side effects or lingering medical issues, and I have not had COVID. All my family members, including my 3 grandchildren who are all under the age of 10, and my 105-year-old mother-in-law are fully vaccinated. All are alive and well. Much of what was reported to you by the vaccine opponents at your last meeting was proven false or misleading in a well-researched Smoky Mountain News article dated January 25th.
Please refrain.
According to recent statistics presented by Haywood County Public Health Director Sarah Henderson, only 58% of Haywood County residents have completed their primary series of the COVID-19 vaccine. So there is much work to be done to overcome vaccine hesitancy. Henderson says the funding will be used to increase equity and access to the vaccine for those who choose to be vaccinated. That's the key, who choose to be vaccinated. Again, I urge you to accept the funding, and I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Myrna. Okay, our next person signed up to speak, and if you would, please be respectful of the speakers. The next person signed up to speak is Mark Leverett. Welcome, Mark.
Good morning. My name is Mark Leverett from Waynesville, North Carolina. The time has come for each of us to insist that every state in America conduct a thorough investigation of COVID-19 misconduct. Our local officials must immediately step up and fulfill their duty as public servants as we move towards holding those responsible accountable for this disastrous response of COVID-19. We have to determine what impact COVID-19 vaccines have had on each state, and we need answers regarding the suppression of evidence-based science, widespread censorship, media-instilled fear, and propaganda that cost millions of lives and will impact humanity for many years. Our states cannot justify postponing investigations when Florida, God bless Florida, is currently laying the groundwork for such inquiries. The Governor Ron DeSantis demonstrating the steps that every state should follow. We need to take action today to make this happen across the country. Tell your state legislator and to investigate. In October of last year, Florida Department of Health released findings from their analysis of state data, concluding that the risk of vaccination outweighs benefits for males ages 18 to 39 due to an 84 increase of relative incidence of cardiac-related death within 28 days of the mRNA vaccination, coinciding with findings from the Centers of the Disease Control and Prevention Center were also researched. Then last December, Governor DeSantis petitioned the Florida Supreme Court to panel a statewide grand jury to investigate crimes and the wrongs in Florida related to COVID-19 vaccines, further recommended law enforcement methods, which was granted by the court a month later. As a next step, Florida created a Public Health Integrity Committee consisting of expert researchers charged with assessing federal decisions, recommendations, and guidance related to public health and health care, and ensure the public policies are tailored to Florida's communities and align with state priorities. Finally, the department will conduct further surveillance into sudden deaths of individuals that received COVID-19 vaccine in Florida based on autopsy results and compare research with similar studies from other countries. The course of action is clear. Take action immediate in assisting our state legislators to hold responsible for those COVID-19 decisions that led to significant injuries and death accountable, demanding the suspension of COVID-19 injections, pending investigative findings, remind legislators the duty of public health policies are created solely to protect citizens. It is time now that we demand government transparency to public health policies and are free from coercion, censorship, political interference. We just demand accountability for the mistakes so this will never happen again. Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Linda Leverett.
Good morning. My name is Linda Leverett of Waynesville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed grant money in the amount of $75,735. There has been a wealth of new information coming out very recently. These reports are opening the floodgates and awakening the public like never before. Let me start with sharing a family experience. My younger sister in Port Charlotte, Florida, let me know recently that she had an abnormal mammogram late last year. She had to return for more testing and scans. Lo and behold, she was informed that this sometimes occurs after being vaccinated. No other explanation was given. My sister spoke with others at the same facility, and there were a number of women with abnormal scans, all the same lymph node issue after being vaccinated. There are now many new reports of problems with women's reproductive systems since being vaccinated. One such study is by the NIH. They found 40.2% of vaccinated women have experienced menstrual changes. Please do your research. This is factual information easily found. And has anyone else noticed that our Ingalls on Russ Avenue has stopped displaying information about COVID and boosters on their outdoor signs? I find that very telling. If residents have not received a COVID shot by now or had the so-called correct number of shots and boosters, it is apparent that they do not plan to partake in what is being offered. And honestly, who is truly running this agenda, promoting more COVID vaccinations in the arms of women and children in Haywood County? Thankfully, we all have the gift of free will. It is interesting and a bit puzzling to me as to why Mr. Dove has chosen not to fully answer 6 of the 7 basic questions that Janet Preston posed to him. How can any of you make an informed decision without this information? Aren't any of you the least bit curious? I know I am. Perhaps this grant money can be used for the Health Department's Women, Infant, and Children program, known as WIC. That also includes Medicaid recipients. Let's take care of the residents that are truly in need in our county. And in closing, I pray that you come together and unanimously decline this grant money. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Joseph Lipari.
My name's Joseph Lipari. I live in Waynesville. I'm here to talk about my experience with a scientist who claims, he personally talked to me, this is not hearsay. This happened on in New Mexico on the Alamogordo military base 25 years ago. And he told me that they had created a thing that he called a prion, which is a molecule of a protein molecule that if you change the shape of it, it changes the frequency that it emits, and that it can do great harm to people, and it can have a delayed effect up to 15 years. It can be instant death, or it can be 15 years from now. This guy was brilliant. And I'm an ex-Navy SEAL, so I was in a lot of activity that was basically, I can't tell you where you're going to be, but if you get into trouble, it would be best if you fight to the death, because we will deny everything. So this is what my experience personally. These prion molecules are what we call a spike protein now. They are very dangerous. This guy was so serious about this, he literally moved to France because he thought it would be safer there when this all happened, because he created these things. So, there's all this conspiracy theory. This is real conspiracy because I know about it in a direct way, and I'm not going to hold it back any longer. I see people walking around like they're not functioning. What we used to call little old people never walked that slow or that debilitated. Now it's so obvious that it's getting ridiculous. Babies are dying at ridiculous rates. Women are losing their fertility, which is part of the prion molecule. If we lose the ability to reproduce, we are a doomed species. That's what it's all about. If you want to do harm to somebody, you make it a species, you make it so they cannot reproduce. There would never be a farmer or a guy that raises cattle that would want his cattle not to be able to reproduce. Well, that's what's happening now. Miscarriages like crazy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Lois Hollis.
Thank you. Lois Hollis here in Waynesville. One person in my family died from a stroke. 2 friends died from cardiac arrest. Here's why. In the past, vaccines were given and injected into the arm, and it stayed in the arm. COVID vaccines are different. COVID vaccines go throughout the arm into the heart, lung, brain, because they contain graphene. COVID vaccines contain 99% graphene. Graphene, as you learned people know, is a highly conductive substance. Caffeine in your computer makes it work 1,000 times faster. So the lethal spike protein, as was spoken before, with potassium chloride, goes to your entire body, and it remains mainly in the ovaries. Interesting. It circulates in the brain, liver, blood vessels, and we now have 6.5 million US deaths. Our greatest athletes collapse with cardiac arrest, myocarditis. 649 deaths from the COVID vaccine. U.S. birth rates fell to the lowest level in 10,000 years. It's 1.6. Australia shows 72% drop in birth rates. Miscarriages and stillbirths are plentiful. In the past, stillborns were one stillborn per 2 months. Today, 22 stillborns are born each month. It's almost one per day, and this is global, but it's more in Canada because they received more vaccines. There's 50% increase in fertility, 45% increase in babies with heart disease. COVID-19 vaccinations make you 904% likely to die from the vaccine rather than to save your life. I have statistical data. I have URLs if anybody wants to confirm my information. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Jan Jacobson.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Jan Jacobson from Waynesville. I'm here today to express my dismay when you all decided to place grant money on hold that was to aid our county health department to educate and vaccinate those who have not received their vaccine. As someone who has worked in healthcare for 43 years, I know the enormous undertaking it took for everyone at our health department to pull this all together and to maneuver through the pandemic. So a few people came during your last meeting and hijacked the grant money. Contrary to every piece of information we've all been given by people who work in our county, Haywood County, at our health department. Really, you undermined and you threw everyone who works at our health department under the bus. Clearly, they saw a need for people in our county to be educated and to have the vaccine if they decide. And I'm curious, I don't mean to be cheeky, but do any of you have any history working in healthcare as doctors, nurses? Like, where did you base that decision on? And these decisions are between a person and their physician. And you took that money away or put it on hold. So people were delayed. They were not given the information about the vaccine. It really left me jaw-dropped when I saw the article in the Mountaineer. Yeah. I'm not arguing about the effects of the vaccine. My point is, like, who do you think you were to take that decision away from the health department and not let the community members have that information and their choice based on their relationship with their doctor? I don't see as we're county commissioners have a place in placing that money on hold. Thank you.
Okay, our next person signed up to speak is Teresa Brothers.
I'm Teresa Brothers from Haywood County. Almost 5 months ago, on September 19th, 2022, President Biden claimed in a 60 Minutes interview that the COVID pandemic was over. Although for political reasons he took no official action, the president is scheduled to end COVID-19 emergencies on May 11th, 2023. which is in 94 days. Do you know what this means? Do you know that when Biden ends COVID emergencies, the national emergency and public health emergency declarations will formally restructure the coronavirus response to treat the virus as an endemic threat to public health that can be managed through agencies' normal activities and authorities? Do you know that an endemic is when a virus continues to spread and infect, but rarely causes severe disease because most people have some immunity against it? Do you know that in 2022, WHO, the World Health Organization, did not declare any additional COVID variants, nor did Omicron variant produce the kind of toll that the world saw from the original COVID strain and subsequent Delta strain? Do you know that we have highly effective COVID treatments that are now widely available? Does COVID still exist? Sure. However, it's now at an endemic level that is no longer causing significant disruptions to our daily lives. Citizens are not required to quarantine. Hospitals are not being adversely impacted. Schools are not closed. Businesses remain open. Each and every person has different vaccine needs. A healthy person is completely different from a person with isolated hypertension, who is different from someone with multiple comorbid conditions, who is different from someone who has had a bone marrow transplant. Even high-risk people are not the same, as many possess different vaccine requirements. These factors must, at some point, be a major consideration moving forward. Public health officials certainly need to prepare themselves for inevitable COVID spikes and declines, but their preparation should not solely rely on or focus on pushing vaccines and endless boosters, which they appear to have become dependent on as a one and only one-size-fits-all option. Although no one talks about it anymore, Haywood County, North Carolina, and the United States have more than likely achieved herd immunity, either from contracting COVID or via vaccines and endless boosters. Please remember that herd immunity was a preeminent goal of federal health officials. In closing, I would leave you with these questions. Why continue to waste money on a pandemic that is over? 2, why give $75,735 to Health Department for efforts that are based on a pandemic when in 94 days, COVID will officially be restructured as an endemic threat to public health that can be managed in the normal course of their doing business? 3, if not now, when will you understand that in 94 days, attempts to reduce vaccine hesitancy and support efforts to plan and develop and maintain COVID vaccine efforts will be diminished and rendered unnecessary? If not now, when will you understand that vaccines and boosters will remain available to anyone who wishes to receive them? When will you understand that anyone who is not vaccinated now will not become vaccinated? If not now, when will you understand that the vaccine will never be manipulated, forced, or otherwise compelled upon people who do not want it? If not now,
if you
when
would
will you
finish-
flush money
finish up.
down a bureaucratic toilet in an attempt to facilitate the impossible?
Okay, if you would, please. Thank you. Okay. Our next person signed up to speak is Don Smart. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Don Smart. I'm a farmer here in the county and president of the Haywood County Farm Bureau and Farmland Preservation Committee. Farm Bureau, I'm speaking on behalf of 5,000 member families. There's 2 members to a family, that's 10,000 people. The majority of our membership are in opposition to building a bicycle trail or walking trails through the rural areas of Haywood County outside the city limits. What the towns do is their business. But we, the property owners in Haywood County, do not like the idea of a trail being built through the rural areas behind their homes, through our farms, that people can traverse 24 hours a day. You do not know who those people are or what they may be carrying or what they could do. They might come through one night and say, well, let's check out old Don Smart's farmhouse and see what he's got in it. I'm a farmer and I have to prove my farm production, vegetables, and then the stipulation is that people can't come on that farm without approval. Dairy, biosecurity. And we feel like, but to take 30-foot right-of-way out of the farm would burn our small fields in this county. Irrigation lines running across the fields. Cattle. We don't think this would work. Another thing that concerns me, I said the towns can do as they please. But to be in a town cannot annex, as I think, without the approval of people who want to annex, but also if the population of the town raises more than 5,000 people, they can go out an extra EJ and extend their extra territory another mile so they could take in farmland, their private property land. So I'm saying again, folks, look at this again. I urge you not to pass this for inside city limits. That's fine, but not running it through the county, the rural areas. Haywood County is a county of a rich heritage. It's been a rural county, and we should try to maintain some of our rural character. Here in the mountain year, look at all the building that's taking place in Haywood County. Look at the one up on the Raccoon Road, raping the land, 5, 6 houses to the acre. Patton Farm and Clyde. And they want to come in here. It's not Haywood County natives. It's people with money moving away from their problems in another state and wanting to come here. And how long will it be before Haywood County has those very same problems? They build their $1 million home, but they want to ride their bicycle on Don Smart's farm. We've lost 80% of our prime farmland, folks. Let's try to keep some. Thank you.
Okay, our next person signed up to speak is Lynn Gregory.
I'm Lynn Gregory from Waynesville. Why are healthy people suddenly dying since 2021? Now we have a new diagnosis, sudden adult death syndrome. Over 2,000 athletes globally have died in their prime since 2021, which is unprecedented. All were vaxxed. We have not been properly informed in this country about the COVID vaccination. The pharmaceutical industry funds mainstream media, the CDC, and the FDA. We only hear what they want us to know. 17,000 medical doctors and scientists have signed an affidavit stating, quote, the data confirms that the COVID-19 experimental genetic therapy injections must end. They cause damage to your heart, your brain, your reproductive tissue, and your lungs. A renowned MIT professor who is a safety data analytics specialist said this vaccine causes an unprecedented level of harm to young people and children. The Pfizer CEO now publicly admits that this vaccine does not stop the infection of COVID, nor the transmission, and he is now concerned about the reproductive health of women after the injection. The Army testified in a Senate committee that there is now a staggering number of stillbirths, miscarriages, birth defects, and permanent sterilization of military personnel after mandating the vax. A peer-reviewed study in this country showed that 278,000 Americans have had a significant adverse effect or death since 2021 after being vaccinated. Myocarditis is up over 4,000% in young adults. Two that I know personally were once very healthy, active teenagers are now totally disabled. Meds to cover those symptoms cost $10,000 a month each. Insurance does not cover that because the vaccine is not approved and still considered experimental as well as the experimental drugs trying to treat that. The FAA has lowered the safety requirements of EKGs and pilots to that just above them needing a pacemaker or possibly experiencing a catastrophic cardiac event. In 2016, 269 cardiac deaths or cardiac-related events were reported by the FAA. In 2022, over 4,000 events have been recorded. Dr. Peter McCullough, an international epidemiologist, reports that the health departments in Haiti, the Ivory Coast, Africa, that didn't allow the vaccines suffered minimal effect from the pandemic. Israel performed a 700,000-person study and found that the double-vaxxed were 27 times more likely to get COVID, and the health departments in England, Scotland, and Northern European countries who were triple-vaxxed were more likely to die if they got COVID. We are members of NATO. The Nuremberg Code applies to us. The vaccine fails all 10 of their criteria for lawful administration. Lawsuits are building in the FDA for withholding, quote, dreadful vaccine safety data. Please don't accept money to make this easier to get with its alluring incentives for this unnecessary injection for a virus that has been downgraded to a viral cold or a minor flu. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Trudy Schmidt.
Good morning. My name is Trudy Schmidt. I'm glad to be here with you. And before you start my time, I just want to say that these folks have been real right, but I'm not here to talk about that. I just agree with all of them, not the people who think it's okay. Anyway, what I would like to know, and I think two of my questions may be answered later in the meeting. At the last meeting, we talked about hanging our citizens with $70 million worth of debt. Now, we know we need a jail because some of the things that were done in this chamber encouraged people to get needles and encouraged homeless and things like that to come. So we all know we need a jail, but that's only $21.5 million if we do it right away. So we like that. But then we're going to spend another $30 million, not sure when, on that education building. Did you know that there's 460 teachers less in Western North Carolina because it's not necessarily a job people are wanting? They're leaving kind of like rats leaving a sinking ship. Talk to Trevor Putnam about what his losses are. So we don't need to spend that $30 million until we really find out, do people want to still be teachers? I have a master's in education. I've written state programs in the past and taught in universities and high schools. It was a wonderful thing. I'm old. It's not a wonderful thing anymore, unfortunately. We need it, but we got to fix it. And the other $10 million for the library, I'm a card-carrying member of our library. It was the second document I got when I moved here. I love the library, but the $10 million, we need to know what we're going to do with it, because I called to get a book from a best-selling author. He sold 20 million books. His name is Dugart. He has a new series. The book, his second in this series, was published last fall. They told me maybe we'll get it by May. So before we do a lot of refurbishing, we might find out. But I see we're going to have somebody new appointed to the board, so I'll be glad to talk to her. But I don't think we need $70 million worth of additional debt unless we think all these new taxpayers that are coming in, because we don't have new industry, we just pay it with that tax money. I think you need to think real careful about all that. Oh, one other thing. One other thing. We got a smarmy tabloid that makes our commissioners look like they're high school bullies after each other. I think we should all be embarrassed what's printed there, and I think we should remember that he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Our next person signed up to speak is Doyle Justice. Doyle Justice.
Hello, my name is Doyle Justice. I live in the Iron Deaf community. May of 21, I had the COVID shot. On May the 13th, I woke up that morning with my heart beating out of my chest, sounding like a drum. I was nauseated. I waited around a little bit and went to my doctor, and they did an EKG on me, said, Mr. Justice said, your heart's beating completely out of control, and we want you to go to the emergency room and get checked out there. So actually, one of the nurses from the doctor's office drove me to the emergency room. I went in, they met me there at the emergency room, 2 doctors and a nurse. They took me back. One of the doctors listened to my heart and just shook his head, and he said, man, your heart's beating completely out of control. He said, I want to give you some medication that will calm your heart through an IV if you agree to do that. And I agreed to have the IV, and that's the last I remembered. I went into cardiac arrest. They did the electric shock on me. That didn't work. They did CPR on me and finally got my heart beating. It beat for about 2.5 minutes and quit again. They did the process all over again. Finally got my heart going. They worked with me that whole day and got me stabilized, called the mama helicopter, and they flew me from Waynesville to Raleigh. I got there, I left at Waynesville at the hospital out here. I left at 5 o'clock that afternoon. They didn't get me there until almost 11 that night. I said, why I could driven that distance in that time, why did it take so long? They said, Mr. Justice said, your heart stopped on them 4 different times on the flight down there. They would get your heart going and have to sit the helicopter down and get you stabilized. They'd pick up and go a little ways and they'd stop again, and said they hopscotched all the way to Raleigh and finally got me there. I was there 2 weeks, nearly 3 weeks in the hospital. They didn't really know when I got there what was going on with me. They wanted to do some more tests and stuff on me. Finally found out that I was full of blood clots. They went in the 3rd day I was there and put clot screens in my legs to keep the clots to come back up around my heart. They said I was bleeding out. They put me to sleep, ran a camera and light down, and could not find where I was bleeding. They gave me like 7 units of blood. And the 5th day, I guess I was there, I developed double pneumonia in both lungs. The lung specialist was there. She checked me out, and she said, she came to me one morning and said, Mr. Justice said, I'd never seen a man with that many clots in his body and survive. They kept doing COVID tests on me. They did a COVID test every day for like 6 days. I never did have COVID. It was always negative. Once they asked me then if I'd had the COVID shot. I said, yes, I had taken the COVID shot. And they wanted to know when. I had to call home and get information on the exact date I had taken it. I'd taken it on the 6th of May and had the cardiac arrest on the 13th. They all asked me if I'd had surgery or had fallen or anything that caused clots, and it was no to all of them. So all the medical people there came to the conclusion that the shock was the cause of my clots and cause of my cardiac arrest. I was then sent back to Franklin for rehab. I was there for 2 weeks. The doctor there came in one morning. I had never met him. I'd been seeing the therapist and so on. The doctor came in, brought his little tablet computer in and sat there and read my case. And without even telling me who he was or anything, after he got through, he turned to me and he said, "Mr. Justice, do not never, ever take another COVID shot." Said it will kill you. So after I left Raleigh, the doctor there, he came to me one morning and he said, "Mr. Justice," said, "I hate to tell you this, but says you only have between 10 and 15% of your heart working right now." He said, "We're going to get you on some good medicines, and with exercise and so on, hopefully we'll get your heart back up to maybe 60%. I had it tested this last summer, and I'm up to 46%. You know, I guess you can tell what I think about the COVID shot.
Okay. Thanks, Dale. I appreciate it. Okay, our next person signed up to speak is Beth Justice. Beth Justice. Beth Justice? Oh, okay. All righty. Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Our next person signed up to speak is James Lyle.
My name's James Lyle. I'm from, Waynesville specifically, but I live up at Balsam. I'd like to speak against Haywood County accepting the proposed grant money to further COVID vaccination awareness, Addendum 716. I'm sorry. I'd like to speak against the COVID vaccination awareness, Addendum 716. On the advice of a number of doctors, I have never received rubella or German measles vaccine, and based on similar concerns, I refrained from the COVID vaccination. So long ago, during my days in the Haywood County Public Schools, my parents were regularly threatened with lawsuits because of their failure to have me vaccinated for rubella. Every year, my parents were informed I could not attend public school if I didn't receive that vaccine, and keep in mind there was no alternative at the time. Furthermore, my parents were told if they didn't arrange for my immediate vaccination, the authorities could and would consider taking away child custody, applying various fines, and even they might face jail time based on the various local statutes and state law. As alluded to previously, the reason they never had me vaccinated for rubella or German measles was because, due to juvenile allergies, being so vaccinated might result in my death. I have no doubt the administrators involved were well-meaning, nor do I doubt that they'd been informed about the relative safety and effectiveness of the rubella German measles vaccine. I'm not commenting about the safety of any other vaccines here, but however, they were not informed about the possibility of adverse reactions to that vaccination, and I noticed there's been a lot of that, or not a lot of that, rather comments to the contrary, that there are no adverse reactions. There seem to be a lot of people talking about the adverse reactions, and thank you for coming forward for that, folks. Anyway, so every year my parents would have to go to Dr. Dyer, Dr. Smith, Dr. Owen, and ultimately Dr. Frazier, the allergy specialist from Asheville, in order to secure a medical excuse, which the Board of Education would initially balk at and eventually be forced to accept. Now, some of you may be wondering what this has to do with the current issue, and I'll sum it up, and it's already been said once. One size does not fit all, okay? Is there any rational adult in the Western world that is unaware of COVID or the various COVID vaccines at this point? Isn't the public awareness grant more likely to be misunderstood as an excuse to silence reasonable objections? Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Kyle Edwards. Kyle? Welcome, Kyle.
My name is Kyle Edwards. I own the stomping ground in Maggie Valley. Of course, I was raised in Haywood County. I've had an issue with the tax department over horses. According to the statutes, I can have a horse because I'm a service-connected disabled veteran, and that's part of my therapy. It's called a service animal, and I don't feel like it's right to take that privilege away from me. Actually, I intend to do whatever's necessary to keep that from happening. I have 5 horses, and they're my horses, and they're on private property that I own, and I believe in private property rights. And I don't want nobody to tell me what I can or cannot do with my property. And I'm sorry this issue had to come up, but I'm disabled and I'm 83 years old, and I appreciate your time. And if there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, the next person is Sherry Morgan.
I'm Sherry Morgan. I requested the misleading questions from Kevin Inslee that Corey from Smoky Mountain News asked commissioners about Terry Ramey's taxes, and was shocked to get the replies the 4 of you gave in agreement without checking any facts. Corey asked about Terry's paychecks being garnished and to recuse himself from all board votes until his taxes are paid, and if Terry should resign from the board. A logical thinking person would immediately call the tax department and find out if Terry was out of compliance with his taxes and include Terry Ramey so he could defend himself. You didn't call, but I did. And Terry set up a payment plan after a dispute on past tax bills were settled for a total of $2,500 and made his first $300 payment in September of 2022. Terry is in full compliance with the Haywood County Tax Department and was in good standing when the 4 of you commissioners got the loaded, deceptive questions from Corey Valancourt at the Smoky Mountain News. Terry was in compliance back in September, which was settled well before the election, and has continued to be in compliance with his taxes after the election, and was in compliance when the 4 of you conspired and slandered Terry Ramey. You also insinuated that Terry had made some kind of threat, another lie. You asked the voters to come to the public comment session to voice whether or not we have lost trust in Terry, and if he should resign, and citizens of this county want to tell Terry. We're proud of you for standing up for citizens in our county. You listened to us. Thank you. We know you've had health and financial difficulties, but these 4 commissioners apparently don't care. They're not going to apologize to you, but we're so very sorry these commissioners have done this to you. Stand tall and don't let them shame you. And to the 4 other commissioners, we elected you to get along with one another, not to go behind another commissioner's back about anything, and we mean anything that should be discussed as a group. Apparently, $2,000 in taxes set up on a payment plan is more important than over $500,000 in our taxes. County commissioners have paid the City of Asheville Chamber of Commerce for our county's economic development for nothing. There were no large-scale development deals closed from Asheville. The Jonathan Creek development was auctioned. The Drake Call Center came from Franklin, and Harbor Freight didn't come from Asheville either. We want you to vote today to stop sending $100,000 a year to the City of Asheville for our large development. We've been saying for 3 years, don't Asheville our Haywood County. And we're just now finding out Asheville has been in control of our economic plan since 2018, and we don't have anything to show for it. Also, citizens are sick of losing their jobs for not having the experimental COVID vaccine. My own family member had a massive stroke 4 hours after the vaccine and died. Don't vote for the $75,000 COVID vaccine pushing grant, please. Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Deanie Brooks.
Hey, my name is Deanie Brooks, and I live in Waynesville. And first, I'd like to say I do wish y'all would quit bickering amongst yourselves and giving the local newspaper fodder. You know they love to pick up on ridiculous things. Give them a twist and keep it going, especially some of the folks that claim to be journalists with the Smoky Mountain News. Please work together for our good. Let's see. I'd like to ask y'all the same question that I had asked the alderman, the mayor, and Rob Heights, the town manager, at a meeting before Christmas. The tourism lady had just given a lovely presentation telling us and showing us slides how the tourism money was used last year and the things coming up this year. I enjoyed her presentation because I'm prideful of this town, this county, and I have lots of friends and family that love to come here to vacation. During her presentation, I saw how the alderman, the mayor, and Rob Heights' eyes all lit up as they smiled like they enjoyed the presentation as I had. It hit me that it's the same way their eyes lit up and they got kind of giddy when they handed out hundreds of thousands of dollars for renting hotel rooms for the homeless addicts they had invited to our town. The money was to house, feed, and deliver bags of needles to these folks pouring in at Rob Heights' invitation, as he had sent a letter to Asheville officials boasting that Waynesville is a very welcoming town for homeless addicts. Excuse me. Some of the money has since been returned due to the woman in charge not providing receipts for how she was spending it, and she wrapped her car around a tree, drunk, and got a DUI. So, yeah, they did pull some of that back. When I asked them which they really want, do you want more tourists and their tourism dollars or more homeless addicts? They all looked at me blankly. I said, the two scenarios are opposite ends of the spectrum, and we'll have no tourists once they experience the used needle problem on our streets and the wandering homeless brought in from out of town. When a tourist family on a trail encounters a homeless addict encampment, like at Dutch Fisher Field, or they see an encampment behind Walmart, they're not coming back. Don't get me wrong, we need to assist our homeless and addicted, but could we stop the invitation of the homeless addicts from other towns? And so I'm wondering, what do y'all want? Do you want more tourists or more addicts? And I would say, please stand up and say, no more of this. Instead of saying we really can't do anything about it, do something to dissuade them from coming. No vagrancy. No bags of needles given out. Take back your town. The alderman, mayor, and Rob Heights are giving it away. The Bible says we're supposed to pray for our leaders, and I do. I pray for y'all. I prayed for the other town leaders, and I pray for your families. I hope that as you perform your duties serving our county, that you too are prayerful as to how God would have you to make the best decisions for us and our families for the well-being of our town and citizens. Thank you for hearing me.
Our next speaker will be Eric Overholtz.
Good morning. My name is Eric Overholtz. I'm from Sawnook, and I'll be brief. I stand this morning in opposition to the funding for the COVID programs, the $75,000 and change. When COVID first came out, all of you heard in the media, it was like a mantra, trust the science, trust the science, trust the experts. Okay, that's fine, but true science opens the door to examination, to scrutination. You should be able to ask science questions. And when people like Janet Presson, who has much deeper medical background than I certainly do, presents questions to the Department of Health and Human Services, just asking for some basic questions on the effectiveness of these vaccines, and keeps getting stonewalled and gets vague answers, which are basically non-answers in my opinion. Science stops becoming science. It becomes propaganda. And that's what we see. That's what we've been seeing in this country. You can look in the news just about every single day, and you'll see, you'll be reading about some kid in high school, some person in their 20s. People not in poor health, to the contrary, very healthy athletes dropping dead. Every day this is happening all across the country. You have to ask yourself, why is this happening? I don't know. But it's very well could be a correlation between these vaccines and what is happening, okay? And I think before you decide to take this money and just blindly further the DHS's agenda to bring it further into the schools, you need to ask some questions and at least demand some answers, some statistical rationale for why you need to take this money. I mean, it's to me, as a commissioner, you should be exhibiting some leadership in this regard. Take the time to study and find out what's going on. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Peggy Hanna. Peggy Hanna.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Hanna. It's been a while since I've had the pleasure of coming down and speaking to y'all. I'm here today to say that myself or the neighbors that I am speaking for, there is not a one of us that are against the jail expansion. We need the jail space. We've needed it for several years, even though 3 years ago I was in a meeting. Our chairman was there and we were fed the line that we were good for another 6, 7, 10 years, which was a falsehood then, even more so now. We are not against the jail. We support Bill Wilkie. We want the jail. But we want the county to back up. I have briefly spoken with Mr. Moorhead 2 weeks ago. Our neighborhood would like to take care of this situation between the town, abetting the county. The two entities have ruined our neighborhood. Totally, absolutely ruined our neighborhood. No one is any more liable than the other one. All we're asking is that someone that would like to sit down with us and Mr. Moorhead and have a common sense talk and listen to our concerns, we would be more than willing to. We all know our taxes is going up to build this jail. The one that we have now was built, oh, it's gonna last us for years and years. My God, people, in a very short time, it was crowded. We needed more jail space. So when you sit there and tell me you're gonna raise my taxes to build a new one, and I support you in that, let's all get together and make darn sure it's gonna be there for a while, and that my great-grandchildren are not gonna be going through another tax raise to expand the jail because we were short-sighted. We want to compromise. We want to talk. Thank you.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Lee Corsett. Or Cossett. Sorry, Lee.
My name is Lee Cassette, Waynesville.
Thank you.
And I too want to speak about the $75.7 thousand for the COVID program, but from a different aspect, because the speakers before me very well articulated why the vaccine is not a good thing for people. I come from a different angle. This $75,735,000 obviously comes from the federal government. Each of you must be mindful that every time you or any other state entity accepts money from the federal government, you are further eroding our state's sovereignty and increasing the federal government's power and control over North Carolina. The federal government never provides funding for any program or initiative without ties which further cement federal control. I know from 11 years of firsthand experience as a senior federal manager in the Washington swamp who authorized funding for various programs and initiatives at medical centers across this country. Once they accept that money, they relinquish another bit of their autonomy to the federal government through me, an unelected official with no oversight. There is no constitutional authority for the government through the CDC to either implement or fund to a state, county, or city any initiative or expectation. This $75,735 is an unconstitutional federal funding of a non-constitutional vaccine program. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Janet Presson.
Good morning. I'm here to speak again about the $75,000 grant, and I'll again ask you to turn it down. I finally, this past Friday, received a response letter from Ira Dove in response to the questions that I had submitted. His response, and I made sure that I sent every one of you a copy of my letter and his letter, and then my response to his letter this weekend, and then I called to make sure y'all all got it. His response was just incomplete and unacceptable. He gave me no data on how many vaccines were given at Haywood County or how many incidents. Why is this data secret? I know the health department has it. The local data needs to be turned into Raleigh, and that needs to be turned into the CDC so somebody can keep track of how many vaccines have been given in this country so they can stand up and Fauci or whoever and say, oh my gosh, we've got this percentage vaccinated, this percentage fully vaccinated. Well, those numbers come from local first, don't they? Why was there no information on my questions regarding vaccine recipients needing medical care immediately following vaccination? And why no information about VAERS reports? I can go into VAERS right now on my laptop and see more than 20,000 reports that have been submitted throughout the state of North Carolina, but it's not broken down by county. This information is available to the public, so why does Haywood County need to think they need to keep it secret? What I needed from them, they could have just said, well, we've submitted 2 VAERS reports, or we've submitted 10 VAERS reports, or we've submitted 100. That would go a long way to answering my question, but they wouldn't even give me that. And it's not just me that's asking. The citizens of Haywood County deserve this information. We're the ones paying for all of this, and we're the ones living with the results. Again, I didn't want any identifying information or any protected health information. And finally, I just want to point this out as far as this point. If there's no local data available on the vaccines given, then how do you know everybody in Haywood County hasn't already had their vaccines and boosters? And then we certainly wouldn't need this funding. I mean, maybe we've all had it anyway. If they're not keeping track, how would they know if we've all had it or few of us had had it? Finally, the grant wording is really clear that it's to be used for personnel costs and supplies, not vaccine. There's plenty of vaccines still available all over the county, including at the health department. The grant specifies removing obstacles to accessing vaccine, increasing vaccine confidence, coordinating COVID-19 vaccine services, and expanding public health's COVID-19 vaccination program. Countries all over the world are stopping or severely limiting their COVID vaccine programs due to cost, injuries, and deaths, and the fact that the recipients still get COVID. And in fact, some studies are showing that people who have had more vaccines are more susceptible to COVID and other respiratory illness than those with fewer or no vaccines. Along with the risks of cardiac damage, blood clot issues, Guillain-Barré, neurological issues, Bell's palsy, diabetes, autoimmune diseases, sudden death, and other serious medical consequences, there are many who just will never take a COVID vaccine. And I'll point out that many of those who are refusing to take the COVID vaccine are still taking the flu and other vaccines. The ones that want to take this vaccine are getting them or have already had them, and those who don't won't. Again, given the lack of transparency from our public health and the fact that the vaccines just are not safe and effective, but still easily available for anyone who wants one, I'm asking y'all to turn down this grant money. Thank you.
So the next person is Eddie Cabe.
My name's Eddie Cabe. I'm a Haywood County taxpayer. And I'd just like to thank everybody that spoke out against this vaccine and against the grant to get more money for it. But I'd like to speak to it to a slightly different angle. It's not the job of government to get involved between me and my health care. You know, I don't know where you've all... It appears that some of you ain't never read the Constitution, but I have. And the Constitution and all our founding documents, the Articles of Confederation, the Mayflower Concept, heck, I'll even go back as far as the Magna Carta and debate you all on it. All our documents stand up for individual rights and to be left alone by the government. And that's what I'm asking. Don't take no grant money or whatever kind of money you want it. It's all tax money. It may not have come from Haywood County taxes, but they ain't nothing free. It's all tax money. You know, I do not have any faith in a Luciferian millionaire named Dr. Fauci determining what my health care should be. You know, I've got my faith in my Creator. Jesus Christ said, by my stripes you all are healed. That's where I'll put my faith. And I'm asking y'all, do not get involved between me and my medical care. Now, I believe it's a free country. Y'all want to get, anybody wants to get a shot, that's fine with me. A couple of you, I think, ought to get once a week. Second thing I'd like to talk to is about what refreshing it is to have Terry Ramey on our on our board. I'm telling you. Yeah. You know, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's the only veteran on the board. I believe he's the only veteran we've had in a long time. I'm a veteran. Terry and I and a lot of veterans in this room know what it's like to take that oath to the Constitution. Terry, thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for your service to the county. And I just want you to know that we stand behind you. I had a problem just 2 days ago. It was a pretty big problem to me, I thought. I called Terry. Within just a short time, he called me back, gave me some advice. The next day, I put his advice to work. 2 minutes later, problem solved. And I mean, just the fact that he'll return your phone calls, that he will stand up for the people of this county, I appreciate it, Terry. And to this communist rag we've got in the county, this fake newspaper, Corey Vandecooter and the Smoky Mountain News, you all don't do nothing but spread far left-wing lies. And you ought to be ashamed, and the 4 of you act like a bunch of school kids. You know, I'm ashamed of y'all. You know, this last voting time, I could vote for 3 of you. Well, I couldn't. I tried everywhere in the world. I was only going to vote for Terry. After much consideration, I chose to vote for 2 of you. As it stands right now, Terry's the only one that'll ever get my vote. Thank y'all.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Lynn Palmer Leatherwood. Lynn Palmer Leatherwood.
Yes, my name is Lynn Palmer Leatherwood. I'm from Crabtree, and I thank you for this opportunity. The question before you is of what is factual? What is the factual information that you must deal with? It is your responsibility to act on behalf of all the citizens of Haywood County without emotions or political affiliation. The health and well-being of our people is paramount. It would be foolish, even may I say selfish, to deny the people of Haywood County this grant, which would provide additional services to protect us from COVID-19 as it mutates and continues to be a health concern. I implore you to act for the greater good and to carefully examine factual information as you have sworn to represent all the people of Haywood County. May I repeat myself? Accepting this grant proves that you are capable of thinking about all the people in Haywood County and that you respond to the responsibility that you sought when you ran for public office. I have the right to protect myself, my family, my friends, by taking advantage of the COVID vaccine, just as others have the right to decline the vaccine, but they do not have the right to deny me of this choice. It is your responsibility to care for all of Haywood County. May I repeat one word? This comes down to choice. I thank you for listening to me.
Okay. The next person signed up to speak is Henry Nathan. Please refrain from, please be respectful to all the speakers.
Good morning. My name is Henry Nathan. I live in Waynesville, and I wish to speak in strong support of your accepting the NC grant money to assist our citizens to learn about, and if they so choose, to receive COVID-19 vaccine. Benjamin Franklin said in 1735 that, quote, "an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," unquote. As a physician, I can't agree more. It is always better to prevent disease if possible rather than to have to treat it. One of the most important medical advances in history is the invention of vaccination to prevent disease. We have benefited from vaccines against smallpox, polio, influenza, measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, herpes zoster, rotavirus, hepatitis A and B, human papillomavirus, meningococcal and pneumococcal infection, and others, even rabies vaccine, which we give to our pets. COVID-19 has infected millions of Americans and more around the world since arriving about 3 years ago. It has caused severe illness in many, especially those with pre-existing conditions and especially the elderly. It has resulted in the death of more than 1 million Americans in the last 3 years. There are still 300 to 500 deaths per day in the United States. We've had at least 16,000 cases and 235 deaths in Haywood County so far. Thanks to basic biomedical research, which had been going on, for the last decade, pharmaceutical companies were able to, with the, help of the federal government, miraculously develop vaccines against COVID-19 in 2020. These vaccines have been extremely effective. Those who are vaccinated are less likely to contract COVID-19, and if they do, they're much less likely to have severe disease. They are very unlikely to require oxygen, require hospitalization, require ICU care, and the need to be put on a respirator. They are also very unlikely to die of COVID-19. Further, after hundreds of millions of doses worldwide, we have seen very few side effects from the vaccine and very, very few serious side effects. These are the facts. We should therefore follow our common sense and medical recommendations, which are that most of us should get vaccinated. Anything that you can do to help those who want to get vaccinated but need assistance should be done. It will reduce suffering and save lives. Accepting this grant money and using it wisely is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out today, Dr. Nathan. Okay, our next speaker is Kathy, and I can't make out your last name. It starts with a P, I believe. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and announce it when you get up here. Kathy.
Yeah. Kathy DeWeese.
DeWeese, okay.
Waynesville.
Okay.
I want to discuss the hesitancy of the vaccine. A member of our church in Candler, his name is Bill Trexler, he told me I could speak his name. He got the first Johnson's vaccine on 3/10/21. He later developed blood clots. He was in the hospital for days. Then the next go-round, they canceled the Johnson's, and the next go-round, he had to go to the Moderna. He was in the hospital again, this time with COVID. Then he went and got his third shot, and he went to the hospital again, only this time they put him on the ventilator. And it was a miracle that he even lived. So our whole church knew his whole story and the struggle, and he was in the hospital for days, probably over a month the total time. Now I go to my aunt who's 91. She never had a vaccine. She had been sick for about a week, and she called me. As a family member, I knew she was dehydrated. I do have some medical experience. And I called the ambulance, and I said, will you please pick her up? They went, and they said, well, they told her there's nothing we can do for you. And they're not going to do anything for you at the hospital. So when she told me that, I called the director of the emergency department, the EMC. I asked him to please, you know your family. I know she's dehydrated. Will you please pick her up and take her to the hospital. They did. They rehydrated her. She left the hospital with 5 prescriptions, and she goes to her beauty operator today at 92 to get her hair done. I wonder if some of these COVID deaths aren't due to the fact that she couldn't get the medical treatment or it was discouraged. I just really feel very uncomfortable about spending our tax dollars or our federal money on this. It still goes, what goes around comes around, and I really hope that you will decline that offer. I do not see it as being a generous one. I see it as being a very unhealthy one. And there's a lot of facts out there that have not been researched. I've researched a lot. I'm very much against it. I do appreciate our healthcare workers. I really do. And they are on the front lines, and we do need to give them a good hand, but there's a lot of research that still has to be out there and said. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Vance Muse. Welcome, Vance.
Hello, my name is Vance Muse. I live in the Fines Creek community, and I'm a member of the Farmland Preservation Committee here in the county. I'm here today representing that committee and my family farm. I'd ask the Board of Commissioners to think very hard when the proposal to adopt this Haywood Greenways is adopted. We, as farmers, have a lot of help and support from Haywood County. Haywood County does a great job with our farm tax assistance. They're always willing to come out and help with any questions. Candina does a great job. In fact, she's ahead of the game most of the time. Our committee does their best to try to preserve farmland. I've read through this proposal, and it's not slanted toward agriculture, folks. We're losing farms. There are outside interest groups that could access our farms on these greenways and promote things that are against agriculture. We've seen a dairy leave the county because of outside interest groups go in and slant situations and claim falsehoods. They didn't close the farm down, but nobody buys milk. My 4th generation starts on my family farm, our beef cattle operation. We work very hard with the soil and water conservation. We've done many projects. It's our goal to make the farms clean and green. But when we allow free access to our farmland, that's the wrong direction. I live in a community today that is a bicycler's heaven. If you go through Riverside and through Panther Creek, go down Fines Creek and come down 209, it's a perfect circle. Any day of the week, you're going to see bicycle riders. They have a right to ride on the highway there. But when we open this up to the backside of our farms, along the river, which they would dearly love to ride on, those special interest groups will come into our farms without any knowledge of what a farm operation is and do everything they can to undermine us and take this 4th generation beef cattle farm out of business. There are many farmers around me that have many more generations and more rich history. We live really hard on our farm and work hard. We just ask that you think very hard and clearly when you look at the proposal to adopt this today. This county board that I'm on, we oppose that strongly. We ask you to continue to support agriculture like you have in the past, and adopting this proposal is not in support of agriculture. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next person signed up to speak is Kay Miller.
Good morning. It is still morning, right? We've been here a while. Thanks for this opportunity to be here today. And just a very brief comment about the comments on the Dreamways. I used to live in Missouri where we had rails to trails conversion. And I know at least in that situation, a lot of those farmers were very, very upset with having that trail coming through their property. And then people did go off the trail and get on people's property, and there's lots, it just opens a can of worms. But anyway, on the jail expansion, I want to urge you to, when you're looking at that, to look at a way to cut costs. I'd rather not see taxes raised. So in line with what Ms. Schmidt was saying, are there other projects that can be cut? Are there other design changes? I don't know, but please consider doing that so that we can reduce the cost of that, so we don't have to raise taxes. If I have a budget to do a renovation on my home and the price comes in higher, what do? I have to modify, okay? And then I do want to say to those who are here who've spoken on their bad experience about receiving one of these injections for the COVID vaccine, my heart goes out to you. And I hope that none of those who have ever gotten, haven't had adverse reactions, I hope they never see any. But I want to say that I'm here again to beg you to vote no on this, because I know I don't need to go over and over. I know you've received privately and publicly all the information you could possibly manage to read and scour over to make your decision. But I want to go on record to say that there are many of us here who have elected not to get the shot, and we never will. So I don't care what you do. We're not going to go there. So seriously consider this. Look how many people are here, what we're saying. We didn't just come here to have, hear ourselves talk through the microphone. But we do want you to know that we're serious about this, and there's consequences to your choices. So think wisely on it, and appreciate it again. Thanks. Bye.
The next speaker will be Martha, is it Van Cott? Yeah. Welcome, Martha. Just announce your name, I'm sorry. Couldn't hardly see how the spelling was.
It's Martha Van Kolp.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I'm from Waynesville, North Carolina. And I would like to give a personal opinion. I've been a registered nurse for 47 years. And in that time, I have seen fully FDA-approved medications, double top secretly removed from the market overnight after 5 years. Because it takes 5 years for us to really know what that medication is going to do. This mRNA injection has been on the market now for less than 5 years. We will not know the consequences of this medication until 2025. In the news right now, we are seeing some of the bad effects and deaths caused by this. I've lost count of the number of times that I've given a medication to a patient at 9 o'clock one morning, and that medication is not available the next morning. I call the pharmacy and I say, why? Well, it's been removed from the market. Well, why? Well, we don't know. If you actually follow lawsuits against pharmaceutical companies, you'll understand there are dangers, and we don't know what's going to happen for 3 more years. Be careful what you do. The people that have had the vaccine, you cannot tell me that everybody in America does not know this medication. I would be hard-pressed to find someone that does not know what COVID-19 is. To actually trace down people and try to convince them is unconscionable to me. I was a registered nurse for 47 years and a nursing instructor at Western Carolina University. I can no longer practice nursing because I have to be vaccinated to work as a registered nurse. They've basically lost someone with a lot of ICU knowledge because of something so stupid. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kenneth Holland. Kenneth Holland.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Kenneth Holland. I'm from Canton, North Carolina. As a concerned citizen and a retired pharmacist who's been working in Haywood County for more than 52 years, I am unconditionally opposed to any program that recommends an expansion of the COVID vaccination programs. The President of the United States has already announced twice in public appearances that the pandemic is over, and he will probably be announcing it again for the third time when the state of emergency ends on May the 11th. As Americans continue to be vaccinated with this emergency use only so-called vaccine, the long-term effects have only begun to appear. Healthy young children and teenagers are developing myocarditis, which is a severe inflammation of the heart muscle itself, and suffering from heart attacks and dying. Otherwise healthy adults are suffering from blood clotting issues, acute pneumonia from unknown etiology, that means they don't know where it came from, other problems including kidney disease, cancer, strokes, and infertility, just to name a few. Many physicians and other healthcare providers are no longer requiring their patients to be vaccinated. The spread and transmission of COVID is not prevented by the shots, and the boosters will not protect you from future variants of the COVID-19 virus. We are therefore against any program recommending this vaccine to our Haywood County residents, and we oppose the acceptance of the federal grant. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Diane Beauregard. Diane Beauregard.
Thank you all for being here and for listening to public comment on this very complex subject of vaccines. It doesn't really have to be complex. Okay. I think it's only complex because there's so much distortion to the many stories and the truth. I think I better refer to my notes. I'm not very good at this, but I'm not here for me. When you bring the truth, the actual truth, into a conversation or any issue, the complexity goes away and things get simple. There's so much evidence to support the dangers and the ill effects of these biological agents that have been classified as vaccines, and it was done so to give the pharmaceutical companies indemnity. They have a liability thing that you can't really sue, and you can't sue the government either, so it leaves the people who are being harmed without recourse. And then when you have a community that is being given money to continue to silence that and support the promotion of an experimental agent that has not, everybody keeps asking for the evidence and prove the science, trust the science. And I've done a lot of research in this and have collected data, and there's so much more evidence and scientific evidence, anecdotal evidence to demonstrate that there really are harms. I personally know a lot of people we've listened to today. My heart goes out. I cried to hear Doyle Justice's story. I had no idea, but I wasn't surprised. I think Haywood County has a really unique opportunity to be a trendsetter for the rest of the United States, because I'm kind of a bigger picture person and I step out and see the world. I see humanity as, in most parts of the world, they're galvanized and there's a solidarity that has occurred because there's something really going on. COVID is not going away. It was a manufactured crisis, as is all crisis, especially in this country. And so when you look at it that way and you see how America is divided, it's not like this in other countries. The story about vaccine and unvaxxed is not the same in other countries. People don't have this disrespect fighting going on. So I would urge you all to really look at the evidence, not take this money, but understand why that money is being funded. More than $1 billion last year came from the government to support propaganda. The military does this social engineering programming through computers, and there's just too much division, and we need to stop the division. We need to come together, and only the truth is going to do that, and the truth is not present when you have two people fighting. So I just would strongly urge you all to really consider, like, if you do get this grant, that you use the money to support the people that are being harmed and not dismiss them. They have nowhere else to go. I have learned that there have been more suicides from people who have been harmed by this vaccine, not necessarily here in this county, but it's something to look at. This really is this is about the survival of the human race, and we have an opportunity to be a trendsetter and galvanize with truth and not be divided by lies. So thank you.
Our next speaker will be Tabitha Ross. Tabitha, welcome, Tabitha.
First of all, I'd like to say that I am, no pun intended, I'm probably the youngest person in this room today. So I'm going to speak to you on the greenway and of why I do not want a greenway coming in the back of my backyard of my farm. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and we plan to expand our family. I don't want my kids to have to worry about going in the backyard and finding a needle in the backyard that somebody has decided to leave. I don't know if you understand or know our drug epidemic that we have in our county. My mother started LifeWorks long ago. If you don't know anything about that program, you need to find out some information, because it needs to be going through our courthouses, and our people need to be going through this program to be rehabbed and get a dose of Jesus so they can get these drugs out of their system. Also, I would also like to encourage you, if you don't know how many sex offenders we have in Haywood County, you need to look it up. 58 of them reside on Jonathan Creek. I do not want them in my backyard. As someone who has been offended and who also has been through and experienced sexual immortality at a young age, I do not want my children to have to go through that experience, and they will not go through that experience. If someone steps off the greenway that is in my backyard, they will meet my Saturday night special that will be hanging on my side to protect my family, my cattle, and my horses on my land. It is not up to you, and it is not your right to vote for a greenway to come through my property that my family has worked hard to buy. Also, you are also sneaking in that the fact that when this land changes hands, if I resist the greenway and it changes hands to my children, they will be forced to let that greenway go through there, because I will be considered to be grandfathered in, but my children will not. So when that changes hands, they will be forced to let the greenway go in. That's why this is called a 15-year to 25-year project, because you are going to force us landowners that when it changes hands, that if there's a greenway on either side and we have said no, that it is also going to come through our land. Please, I am begging you, please do not take our land away from our farmers. We have a hard enough time as it is. Do you know how many tickets last year my husband alone got from people who called in complaints because we were spreading cow manure? Do you know where those complaints come from? Those complaints come from people who have bought houses who are not from here. If you're going to move in here and you're going to move in on farmland, you're going to smell cow manure. It stinks. Yes, I don't like it. It gets spread in my backyard. I don't like the smell, but it has to be done to preserve our land. So please, I am begging you, do not let this come through. And I will also speak on the fact of COVID-19. I have 18 years experience in the medical field. I have worked with Dr. Nathan at the hospital when doctors were allowed to come in to the hospital and take care of their patients. I have experienced infertility. My 2 children are IVF babies. I know what it does to your family. Also, as Mr. Inslee, he also knows what infertility does to your family. It will rip you emotionally apart. And this vaccine is causing that. I had 1 shot of this vaccine, and I am having to take stuff to hopefully have another child that this vaccine did not mess it up. So please, take the vaccine off of the table. Y'all are taking government money. If y'all need help with our county to revive our county, Maggie Valley needs to be revived. You need to look and ask the people for help, not our government. Our people will be more than happy to help you revive our own county. When I came here as a little child, Maggie Valley was booming. If you walk through it today, it is a pitiful sight of what Maggie Valley looks like to when I was a kid and I came here. Maggie Valley was booming. This county was booming. We need to revive our county and not be asking the government for money.
Okay, that's everyone I've had that signed up to speak. Would anyone else care to address the board at this time? I got something. Okay. Well, now, you've already spoke. I'm sorry, you've already spoke.
Good morning. Melinda Davis, Haywood County resident. I did not sign up to speak because I have addressed the board before regarding vaccines. My son was vaccine injured at 16 months old, had Guillain-Barré syndrome. By the grace of God, he's healthy today. My father got his 4th booster and 2 days later had a massive heart attack. He is homebound with oxygen today, and he has kidney damage, he has the heart damage, and now he has lung damage. He is a shell of the man he was before that 4th dose. So I am begging this board to not take money to continue to support and promote this poison. Thank you.
Just state your name.
Yes, good morning. Terry Domagalski. I'm a Waynesville resident, and I'm not here to talk about the vaccine because I don't have a medical background. I do have an academic background and a research background. And what I'd like to say to you today is, first of all, thank you for your service to our county, and I mean that sincerely. You have an awesome responsibility to be leaders in our community. And I am someone who has a background in management and leadership. That's my academic training. And one of the things that I've seen over the last several years is that there's been a small contingent of loud voices who seem to dictate their particular point of view about certain issues. And in particular, one example that comes to mind is the termination of our attorney for our alderman. Based upon some loud voices, and I would encourage you to please consider acting as leaders and not succumbing to some of the loud minority voices that you hear, because there are many quieter voices that also have to be recognized and are often overlooked because they don't come to speak. So I urge you to please be reminded that you are in leadership positions and you need to make decisions independent of a small contingent of loud voices. Thank you.
My name is Pamela Martin Crow. I'm from Haywood County, Maggie Valley girl. And a year and a half ago, I almost died because of the protocol that was scheduled in our hospitals. They wanted to give me a protocol of remdesivir because I had COVID, not because I had pneumonia. They called it COVID pneumonia. When I went to Greenville on a ventilator and I almost died, the doctor there said, there's no such thing as COVID pneumonia. You had COVID, but you probably did not get the medicine or what you should have gotten when you first went into the hospital. That's how so many people have died on a ventilator, is because they are not giving the right medicine. They're giving them for COVID and it's killing them. You need to do your research. If you don't know what remdesivir is, read about it. Thank God I had somebody that was an advocate for me that knew what they were doing, and they saved my life along with the man upstairs. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to address the board? Okay, I'll close the public comment session. We'll move on to constituent concerns. I have two announcements we need to make. The Board of Commissioners will be conducting a special meeting on February 20th prior to the regular board meeting to conduct interviews of candidates for the Board of Equalization and Review. The time of the special meeting will be in an announcement on February 13th that will be posted on the county website, the doors of the building, and sent to the Sunshine List. The other announcement I want to make is there will be a public hearing regarding the detention center expansion project during the regular Board of Commissioners meeting on 20th of February. The hearing will be concerning the approval of the execution and delivery of contract, the county's financing of the project, and the granting of a security interest therein. The notice of public hearing will run in the legal ads on Wednesday, February 8th in the Mountaineer, and will be posted on the county website beginning February 8th as well. And Bryant can provide more information if needed, if y'all would contact the county manager's office. Okay, does any commissioners have any constituent concerns? Terry, do you have any? Okay, Brandon.
Yeah, just following up on some of the things that were mentioned during the meeting this morning. Of course, whether or not to accept the grant money is going to be something we'll talk about here in a few minutes, but I'd like to ask the county manager if he would to get with the gentleman. I'm sorry I missed your name. I believe he's sitting in the back, about the CWS and the trash. I know that we have had that discussion before and talked about it and talked to them about it, but if you could follow up with him, find out maybe what truck or whatever so we could address that. Concern of myself. Also, with those that come and spoke about the Greenway project, again, we're going to speak to that here in just a few minutes. It's on the agenda. Mr. Edwards had the problem with the horses. Again, Mr. Moorhead, if you could follow up with that one. And I think it was Mrs. Brooks that spoke about a few things, but also mentioned prayer, and she hoped that we all pray. I can promise you as a Christian I do, especially this morning. I knew this meeting would be big and long, and we had a lot of folks on both sides of the fence that felt the way that they did, and I knew that we had a couple other issues that were coming up, but I can promise you before any any decision that I make sitting in this seat, it is through prayer. I think that's the only way you can do it. I don't think you could do it without it. So I'm one that has to lay my head down at night and go to sleep, and I can promise you I always pray about every decision. I think Mrs. Hannah was talking about the approval of the jail and would like to sit down with a few of us. And Miss Hannah, I know that you may have stepped out, but I am okay to do that myself. I think that we always need to be transparent and let our taxpayers and our constituents know what we're doing, how we're spending their money, and I'd be more than happy to do that. Let's see here. I think that is it other than what I mentioned before, and I've received numerous phone calls with this potential grant that we pulled at our last meeting, both pro and con, and again, we'll speak to that in a minute. I think other than that, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Tom?
Well, I think Mr. Rogers covered every concern I had from the public comments. Certainly Mr. Glance's concern about the trash blowing out of the CWS trailer. Mr. Edwards with a service horse, I did not get the exact details on that, so I would ask the county manager like Mr. Rogers did to follow up on that. Ms. Hannah's concern, I'd be happy to sit down with another commissioner or with her, so I'll throw that out there. Always open to another point of view. And also, I'll reserve my comments about the biggest topic on the constituent concerns concerning the grant and the Greenway. I'll reserve those to when we discuss those during the regular agenda. And after Ms. Best, if she has any, I would move out of respect for the audience and the rest of the commissioners, if we'd possibly consider a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
For a bathroom break and people to stretch their legs, so if that's okay.
As always, I think you know that I appreciate public comments. I have learned a lot and taken several pages of notes from all of you, and I always appreciate when somebody comes with a prepared statement about what their interest is. One thing that I certainly want to address, and then when we get on to the meeting about the COVID grant as well as the Greenway, I have some comments, and I was at a Greenway meeting before it got this far, but there has been a fair amount of unprofessionalism, I think, in reference to one of our commissioners, but I want to be really clear about something. It is rare that I will ever make a statement that I have not researched it very well. And Ms. Morgan, I appreciate you bringing the subject up. I had thought maybe we would just move past it, but I want to be really clear with you that I have an email dated the date prior to our release where I contacted Sebastian Cawthorn, and I'll be glad to read that statement to you because nobody asked if we had done our research. At the end of the day, I think that we should be held to a higher standard because all of you put faith and confidence in us to make very difficult decisions. I think that we need to do the things that the county asks of all of you, which is paying taxes. I think it's unfortunate that it has come to this level, that it's been published several times in various newspapers and things like that. Hopefully, it is on its course to being taken care of. But in the future, if you have any questions about whether or not I've done my research, I'll be more than glad to show that to you. And technically, per our tax collector, Sebastian Cawthorn, he advised me on January the 11th that, and let me just read it to you. Because I asked the question to make sure that what we said was correct, that if we are on a payment plan, if someone is on a payment plan because taxes are collected, they're billed in arrears, which what that means is we bill them in December, but they started in January. Is that correct? Oh, September, I'm sorry, for the year prior. That if we're on a payment plan, we are considered past due on or delinquent on our taxes, even if the payment plan is on schedule. So just to be clear about that, that's North Carolina general statute, not anything that any of us have concocted. So we look forward to getting this situation resolved. I was hoping that I was not going to have to publicly weigh in on that. I think all of us are probably just a day or two away from having things happen to ourselves. And I wish Commissioner Ramey the best of luck. You obviously have put great faith in him, and the next 4 years, we hope to all work together and be successful for the county.
Okay. I just want to comment on the jail right quick. Just some history. We built the jail, I think around 2005. At that time, we had 90 beds in the new jail, and this is rough numbers, but these should be within 5 or 10. We had 40 beds in what they call the satellite jail, which we now call the jail annex. So that was 130 beds. Okay, of those 130 beds, since 2007, or 2005, whenever we started occupying that, the state passed a law that said that counties had to jail what they call misdemeanants. And these are people that normally went to state prisons for, I guess minor crimes. I'm not a lawyer, but I assume that's what it was. Those crimes, so the jails had to start housing those people. We usually house between 30 and 40, I believe, Sheriff, misdemeanants. And also, so that took a lot of our jail space. The state mandated that. Then our jail annex of 40 beds has been deemed, it's really out of compliance with state statutes now. The state continually updates their statutes, and they even inspect the jails. And by the way, we just had a jail inspection, had 2 very minor issues that were basically taken care of by our maintenance. So I appreciate our past sheriff and our current sheriff and their care of the jail and how they take care of that. So we're basically 70 beds that we've been mandated, 40 we had to abandon, and 30 that we're having to, put people in there. We've been able, I think we have around 109 beds right now. Is that right, County Manager? 109, something like that. So it was really, when we planned originally, we were in good shape, but mandates have come down the line and have taken that away from us. And that's why that we need to expand now, is because we've gotten to the capacity as our population grows. And our former sheriff did a great job with faith-based programs. We had a lot of Christian churches come in and help mentor some of the jail inmates, and so they didn't come back to jail. That really kept our jail population down for years when Sheriff Christopher came on the scene and worked with churches to do that. So that's kind of where we've gotten to with the jail now. That's why we're having to expand it. So it's really I wouldn't call it lack of, foresight by any means. It's just basically state mandates. And I do appreciate our current state representatives, because I know they were county commissioners, a couple of them, and they understand mandates from the state, and they do all they can to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, so if you want to take about a 10-minute recess, we'll take about a 10-minute recess, and then we'll return back and we'll start with our consent agenda, or rather with our administration agency reports. We'll return to our open session if everyone please if we can, we'll start. So I just want to make one other comment. The sheriff reminded me, he has on the faith-based programs, Sheriff Wilkie is trying to expand that and streamline it, so he's continuing that practice there. I just want to make sure that everybody knew that. Okay, our next order of business is administrative agency reports and presentations, and the first is the Detention Center Capital Financing Update, and we have Davenport and Company Senior Vice President of Public Finance, Mitch. And Mitch, I'll let you pronounce your last name.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thanks for having me this evening. Mitch from Davenport is the most commonly used version, but last name is Berguglio, so Mitch Berguglio with Davenport and Company. Okay. Appreciate you having us back this evening. My colleague Ted Cole was here at the last meeting, and following up on that, we have gone out and put a request for proposals out to direct bank lenders for financing of the county detention facility project. As part of that, we ask lenders to provide interest rates for both 15 and 20-year term, so a 15-year payback and a 20-year payback. We also asked for tax-exempt and taxable interest rates as a county. As a local government, you are able to issue these loans on a tax-exempt basis, which results in a lower interest rate, although there are some complications from time to time with detention centers. Ultimately, county staff and the county's attorney have determined that this can move forward as a tax-exempt financing. So as we get into the discussion this evening, we're going to be focusing only on the tax-exempt interest rates we received. Through this process, the county received 5 proposals from 5 lenders for financing. We're going to look at those 5 proposals as well as an alternative approach, which is a public sale of limited obligation bonds. You all have in front of you this evening a memo that we prepared in your packets, and I'd suggest maybe starting out on page 2, there's a summary of the interest rates received from these potential lenders, as well as a current comparison of the public sale approach. Under the current schedule, we're anticipating going to the Local Government Commission for approval in April and closing on the financing in mid-April. We asked the bank lenders to provide interest rates that would be held firm through that closing in mid-April, meaning you would be able to lock in your interest rate today. Of the 5 lenders that responded, only Truist Bank provided a rate that would be held firm through April. The other lenders' interest rate would be floating or subject to change until early March, or 45 days before the potential closing date. So with Truist, we have a locked-in interest rate that's known today. The other lenders' interest rates are subject to change with the market until about 45 days prior to closing. And you can see on line 4, the Truist interest rates, they provided a range of options for 15 and 20 years. The 15-year rates ranged from 3.45% to 3.51%, depending upon the prepayment option you choose, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then the 20-year rates ranged from a 3.58% to a 3.71%, again, depending upon which prepayment option you choose. The other item I'd point out on here is line 6, the public sale approach. In the current market, this is providing the lowest estimated interest rate, an average interest rate of a 2.83% for 15 years or a 3.2% for 20 years. That interest rate is subject to change until later on in the process. We actually wouldn't be able to lock in that public sale interest rate until the early to mid-April timeframe. So Truist has given you an interest rate that's locked in through mid-April today. The other banks, you wouldn't be able to lock in that interest rate until early March, approximately. And with the public sale, you wouldn't be able to lock that in until, call it, early April. So going forward, the focus of this memo is on that Truist proposal, which is locked in today, and the public sale approach, which currently has the lowest estimated interest rate. I mentioned the prepayment options, and there's a summary of those on page 3, the top of page 3 of this memo. The public sale approach, the typical prepayment options for a public sale, is that it is not prepayable for the first 10 years, and then after 10 years, it's prepayable at any time without penalty. Truist option 3 gave us something very similar to that public sale approach. They also provided 2 other options. Option 1 is something they call a make-whole call provision. Essentially, what that means is that you all, if you choose to prepay the loan, would compensate Truist for any lost interest rate earnings they have on the loan. So if interest rates are lower at the time of prepayment, you could owe a prepayment penalty. That prepayment penalty would be calculated at the time by Truist. So a lot of unknowns associated with that potential prepayment. And then the option 2, they provided a 7-year prepayment option. So as opposed to being able to prepay it after 10 years, you could prepay it after 7 years. That comes at a higher cost. That 7-year prepayment option costs between 1/4% and 0.5% higher on the interest rate than the 10-year call provision. So when in talking with staff and looking at these options, we have focused on the 10-year prepayment option for Truist, given the uncertainty associated with the make-whole call provision and the additional cost associated with the 7-year prepayment provision. Finally, we're going to be comparing this Truist option to the public sale option. And in doing so, we're going to factor in the various costs associated with those financings. The Truist proposal does come with a $10,000 not to exceed bank fee, and that's really for their counsel who they would have reviewing the documents on their behalf. The public sale approach is a little more involved. We would have to get credit ratings from the national credit rating agencies. There would be additional disclosure documents that would have to be drafted, and overall, it's a longer process to go through the public sale approach. That comes with additional costs that we have factored into this analysis. So you'll remember before I mentioned the estimated rate of a public sale is the lowest estimated rate, subject to change until April. But it also comes with a little higher cost that we'll build into the analysis as well. Pages 4 and 5 of our memo contain an analysis of the estimated payments associated with the Truist Bank 10-year prepayment proposal, as well as the public sale. Page 4 is the 15-year term, and page 5 is the 20-year term. In reviewing these proposals, in reviewing the 15-year option versus the 20-year option, the 15-year option, while it does come with a lower cost over time, it is more expensive in the first 15 years than is the 20-year term, which puts additional pressure on the cash flow, requires more money up front from the county to repay that loan. So in talking with staff and reviewing these, we've really focused our review or focused our efforts on the 20-year term, being that giving the lowest annual payments, lowest impact up front on the county's budget. And you can see those two options on page 5. Column B is the 10-year prepayment option for Truist. Over time, we're assuming this project would be around $21.6 million, current cost estimate, and that results in approximately a $21.8 million borrowing. That $21.8 million at the 3.71% interest rate over time results in about $30.2 million of total principal plus interest payback. Similar approach for the public sale. There are some more nuances to that with different types of premium pricing, but ultimately that public sale has a 3.2% average interest rate, lower than the 3.7%, and the total principal plus interest payback on line 46 is $28.9 million. So over the life of the loan, that's a $1.3 million savings. However, in the early years, if you look at columns D and E, in the early years, the bank loan with Truist actually is better in some years and is about the same annual payment as that public sale. The public sale gets better over time. And so given the uncertainty around interest rates, where interest rate's going to be in April versus the Truist rate that we know is locked in today, and talking with staff, your counsel, your bond counsel, our collective recommendation is to move forward with that 20-year Truist option that has the 10-year prepayment provision. That's going to give us the lowest annual payments that are locked in today, not subject to change in the future. With that 10-year prepayment option, you will still have flexibility to prepay it in the future. And if you perform better over time, or able to make prepayments over time, partial prepayments over time after the 10-year mark, or save funds and pay it off at the 15-year mark, you could still prepay it earlier than that 20-year term and save additional interest. So it gives you the lowest annual cost now, lowest budget impact up front. That is a known cost, but also preserves flexibility to prepay and save additional interest over time. I know that was a lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Ultimately, we're not looking for any sort of formal resolutions from you all this evening, but we would like your guidance on approach, whether you want to move forward as recommended with the Truist option, if you'd like to pursue the public sale, or if you'd like to revisit any of these other options. Either way, whatever approach you choose, we're also going to need to announce the public hearing this evening that will be held at your next commissioners meeting. There will be 2 additional actions. At your next commissioners meeting, you will adopt the first formal resolution, and then we'll come back to you one more time for the final resolution to approve the financing if you choose to move forward with it.
What were the Truist's proposal instead of a public sale? Could you kind of break that down for me?
Yes, sir. So that interest rate is locked in through mid-April today, right? So we know that. It's not subject to change over time. Has the same prepayment flexibility as the public sale. So looks very much the same from that standpoint. And when you look at, if you look at page 5, that column D, the difference between the Truist public sale, the Truist option and the public sale for the first 10 years ranges from Truist is actually better by about $2,000 up to the public sale is better by about $65,000 in year 10. So it's pretty minimal annual difference to know what your interest rate is today, not be subject to future fluctuations in the market. There has been a lot of volatility in the market. Rates have been up, rates have been down, but overall, with the actions that have been taken, felt like locking in today, getting rid of that interest rate risk going forward.
So I'm thinking, what I'm hearing is you are figuring that the interest rate market is fixing to continue in the trajectory that it's going, and the public sale would probably, these numbers would be skewed. I'm hearing that. Is that correct?
Well, a lot of people dedicate their careers to guessing where interest rates are going to go. What I'll say is it has been very volatile. Rates have been up, rates have been down, but we know this is a rate that is much lower than the planning rate that we'd have been assuming at the 5%, so 3.7%. There's very minimal difference between this and the estimated public sale in the first 10 years. I mean, over those first 10 years, it's about $300,000 more expensive than the public sale. So, relatively minimal difference over those first 10 years, and you know what that cost is. You can budget for it and move forward.
And just to clarify what you said, after we clear the first 10 years, then we can prepay partial or whole.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the budget allowed, we could partially pay, I guess, annually with no penalty, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We lock that in, if the interest rate was to go down, we'd still be locked in at the same rate, correct?
Yes, sir. That's right, and that's always a challenge, but I guess, we're asking them to take the risk if rates go up, and so we take the risk vice versa if rates go down.
But if we pay it off, like you say, in 10 years, then we don't get no penalty then?
Yes, sir. After 10 years, there's no prepayment penalty to pay it off.
Is Truist pretty active in this type of market?
Yes, ma'am. They are a very active lender. They are a bank that is regularly participating in this market in North Carolina.
Can I ask, Christian, our current jail payment, how much is it a year? I'm sorry. Do you remember a rough? Okay, that's why you accountants are. Okay. 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 Do you know what year we'll be paying the current debt off on the jail or law enforcement center? Okay. 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 And Brian, what do you think? What is your recommendation? Do you have one?
I'm comfortable with the 20-year truist, just because we have that locked-in rate, and like Mitch had said, the first 10 years payments are very close, and then we have the flexibility to pay it off early if we want to. I guess after we opened these bids, the Federal Reserve actually increased rates 0.25% on Thursday or Friday last week, so I felt good about that rate. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the public sale rate would reflect that, but there's the potential. So I think this covers our bases for us pretty well. And I was glad to see it much lower than the 5% that we had used in our estimates.
And our first year's payment is around 1.8 million. That's what our debt service would be? Okay.
Now, keep in mind, that's just for this project. One of the reasons that we're able to minimize the equivalent of a tax increase is because we have that old debt coming off.
Right, right.
So we would need more for the jail if we didn't have our older debt retiring.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Well-
Go ahead.
Sorry. Will this loan encompass the balance of what already exists, or will we just leave that loan and pay it off and then pick up the new balance?
Correct. They're
Okay.
two discrete loans.
Okay, gotcha.
We'll have two payments, in other words, for a while.
We have more than two right now, but
I mean, on the jail.
Correct. Think of the addition as a standalone project. It's going to be on a separate piece of property. It's with its own debt instrument. It's completely separate from the debt for the existing structure.
It was a 20-year loan, so we're nearing the end of that. So.
And I think that 20-year term, the LGC, it meets those 10-year payouts, everything that Ted showed you last time. It complies with all of the guidelines from the LGC.
Well, I know in the past, we were historically had low interest rates, probably for the last 10, 15 years. And then, but before that, I remember in the 90s, we'd be clamoring for this rate, you know. And so I feel like we're coming out of the cycle where rates are going to increase and probably not go down. I mean, that's what it feels
as recently
like.
as October, November of last year,
Yeah.
we were getting proposals from banks in the 5% range.
Oh,
So
wow.
in December, January, we saw rates come back down.
Really?
So
Okay.
certainly, compared to where we would have been last fall, feel very good about this
Yeah.
rate.
Okay.
You'll remember we did that small, it was $2 million for the school's central office, and it was BB&T at that time. We got that for 1.99%. So rates jump around, but considering how much the feds have raised since that last installment loan, I think 3.5 or 3.7 is a good rate.
I just don't have the feeling they're going to be going down. I just don't see it. But anyway, that's my opinion. Okay.
Just a question, is this the only options we have, is a 15 or a 20 year? Do we have a 25 or a 30?
So in North Carolina, the local government commission has to approve all debt of local governments like yourself. And their policies, practices are for governmental debt like this, governmental projects, they like to see it capped at a 20-year level principal term. So because we have to go through the local government commission, we would need to get their approval to do something different. And that's, for this type of project, I think be difficult for that.
Just for sake of the people that's watching, the local government commission is made up, it's 5 members?
It's more than that.
There's
There's ex officio members, the treasurer, the state auditor, the the Secretary of Revenue and the Secretary of State, believe are the ex officio members, and then there's some appointed members as well.
These elected officials that are on this local government commission, they have to approve projects over a certain amount for the counties, and they're kind of a watchdog agency in case some counties maybe overspend their means. And so they are another watchdog group that makes sure that counties all across the state, don't get in trouble with projects. And that's just for information. It is very well regulated.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Christian, did you say you had? Yeah, come on down to the microphone so everybody will know.
Yes, the current loan matures in June of 2025. Our annual debt service, principal and interest is approximately $650,000. The loan was $7.5 million, and we have three payments of $650,000 left.
Some of that's coming off. So we'll have it tough there for a year or two maybe.
So I guess I would look to you all for maybe a little bit of guidance on this. I don't think it needs to be anything more formal than a discussion or a roll call or something like that.
Okay. Anybody have any? We don't vote on this. I mean,
I think all we need is direction on which route you'd prefer us to go ahead and work with Truist or pursue that public sale through limited obligation bonds.
but your recommendation is?
To the Truist option.
And that's because?
Because we know the rate, and even in best case scenario with that public sale rate estimate, the numbers are pretty close for the first 10 years.
And after 10 years, we can refinance without penalty.
Yes, sir. So the idea is after 10 years or soon thereafter, there's likely to be an opportunity to refinance it at some point. So after 10 years, you would expect both options to look very similar.
Right. We got flexibility after 10 years.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm okay with moving forward with it. Does anyone else?
I'm fine with it.
Great. Well, thank you all very much. We'll get that process moving, and we'll be back to you all at your next meeting.
All right, thank you, Mitch.
Thank you all.
I won't do that last
Good
night.
afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon, you're right. Okay, number 2 under reports will be update on free emergency health care for veterans. We have our Director of Veteran Services, Steve Allred. Welcome, Steve. Appreciate all you do for our veterans.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate all the love and support you guys always give us. So I left you a copy of the news release that recently came out, and Joey put a nice link for it.
Stephen, if you would pull that mic down so everyone.
Joey put a nice link for it on the county website, so you can refer to that. And I'm trying to get it out to everybody. So basically, from Washington, starting January 17th, veterans in acute suicidal crisis will be able to go to any VA or non-VA healthcare facility for emergency health care at no cost. That's including inpatient or crisis residential care for up to 30 days and outpatient care for up to 90 days. Veterans do not need to be enrolled in the VA system to use this benefit. So here in Haywood County, we have 5,383 veterans, so I'd like to get this word out to all of them. National average of veteran suicide per day, as you well know, was 22 a day, but according to the 2022 National Veteran Suicide Prevention Annual Report, the average per day is now 17. And with this new benefit, hopefully that number will be driven down even further. If you'd like to refer to that report, there is a link for it on the news release as well. So if there's any questions, please let me know, and thank you for your support.
And they can contact you if any family member needs help.
Definitely, definitely.
Right.
Stephen, how they get a hold of you, if you don't mind to share that?
Our phone number.
Be careful with your personal cell phone number.
Yeah, exactly. So You can always call our office or shoot me an email. Our contact's on the county website as well.
Okay, what's your phone number? 828?
452-6634.
Thanks for coming today. I know I've been in meetings across the state, and this has been brought up about how we definitely need to stand beside our veterans. And I know here in Haywood County, we had that Operation Greenlight where we turned the courthouse green, you know. I don't know if you were aware of that.
Yes, yes.
You know, that was an initiative across the country, basically, and we were glad to do that in support of our veterans. So thank you for all you do.
Good deal. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, the next order of business is discussion or adjustment to the agenda. I do not have any. Does any other commissioners? And I will say, just as a point of reference here, at our last meeting, you know, we got to the consent agenda and we moved something, and really the time to move something is now. So you might remember that in the future. So if you need to adjust something on the agenda, let me know now. So, okay, so does anybody have anything? Okay, we'll move on to our consent agenda. We have 11 items on the consent agenda. Does anyone have any comment or questions on any of those items? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. We approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to our regular agenda. The first item in our regular agenda is to request approval of a budget amendment for public health, $75,735, to accept and appropriate funds for agreement addendum 716 CDC COVID-19 vaccination program from the Division of Public Health, the Women's and Children's Health Section Immunization Branch, to focus on removing obstacles to accessing vaccine, increasing vaccine confidence, coordinating COVID-19 vaccine services, and expanding public health's COVID-19 vaccination program. And we have our Public Health Services Director, Sarah Henderson. Welcome, Sarah. And Dr. Jabin, our Medical Health Director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to speak to the grant a little bit, and I know there was a lot of information in the room this morning. So what you need to know about the funding is that it is federal funding filtered through the state to us. There was funding allocated to all of the counties in North Carolina, and it's based on population and demographics and that sort of thing. I think there's a little bit of a misconception about the education piece in this grant. Never at any point in time does that education piece include coercion of any kind. The numbers in our county, let me see, there's 61% of our county has their original, at least one dose of a vaccine. 58% have completed their original series. So whether that was 2 doses of Moderna, 1 dose of J&J, or 2 doses of Pfizer. Those residents came to us. There was never any point in time where we mandated them being vaccinated. There was never any coercion. We have lengthy discussions in our clinic about vaccines because we do have patients that come in that simply ask, should I get Moderna, should I get Pfizer? We don't waive them one way or another. We provide them with educational materials. We even had some that could not make a decision in the clinic, and we encourage them, talk to your family, talk to your providers, talk to people who have been vaccinated, people who haven't been vaccinated, see where they stand on it, make a decision for yourself, and come back. So we are in no way coercing people into being vaccinated. We have been out into the community. We've been out to the Reynolds Center. We did mass vaccination. We've had church groups and civic groups call us and want us to come out. We have done all of those things by invitation, and there are other people in the room that would attest to that because they were part of it at the time. So I think there's a misconception that we're out coercing people into being vaccinated, because that's absolutely not the case at all. A lot of the information and the numbers that people are seeking are already at their fingertips. The numbers are on the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services website. It's updated once a week on Wednesdays, and it will reflect, first doses, second doses, first boosters, second boosters, however many that they have had. You can break it down by state, you can break it down by county, and then you can break it down by age group. So a lot of that information is readily available. So this grant basically pays for services that we are already providing. It is part of our job in public health to provide immunizations for vaccine preventable diseases. So that's what we do. That work will continue from this point forward. That's what we do as public health. So this money is paying for services that we are already providing. It is not to buy vaccine. If you look at the budget that is laid out, the vast majority of it is for wages and benefits for staff. Those are things that we are already paying out and will continue to pay out. I think there's $5,000 in it set aside for PPE because we still, on the public health side of our building, we are still masked in those facilities because we are in very close contact with patients all day long, every day. There's a lot of services that are provided in our building outside of just COVID. We are not just, this is not the only service that we provide. But it is our job to provide quality health care to everyone. We don't turn anybody away for any reason. And we certainly do not coerce them into making decisions. We do believe that their health care is their choice. It is a very personal decision. If you choose to be vaccinated, that is great. If you choose not to be vaccinated, that is also great. That is your decision. It is not my decision.
Anybody have any questions?
Part of it, yeah.
Dr. Jabin, did you want to? Okay.
Go ahead first. You spoke first.
Well, is there any way we could throw that overhead up where the money's broken down? There's $53,000 for salaries paid. $17,000 is for benefits, $5,000 for PPE. And the way I see this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is for the budget year 22-23. So these funds started this expenditure started in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 7 months down the road in on this. This is part of nearly $8 million that was given from the federal government for the ARPA funding to reimburse health departments for the extra burden that was put upon them across the state.
Mm-hmm.
It was 100 counties, $17.8 million, if I'm correct. We only got $75,000. Did we ask for that, or was just what was let down from Raleigh? Because I know counties a lot smaller than ours basically funded their staff. Mm-hmm. I mean, there were some small counties got a huge per capita allotment from these monies. Mm-hmm. And, but as far as any education, I think you said the key thing. You don't coerce anybody to take the vaccine. You're not forcing. We've never mandated a vaccine mandate, never. Eddie Cabe, I wrote down some notes. He made a great comment. I quote, "It's not the government's job to get involved in our individual rights." I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think we had a president said, worst thing you want to hear is, "I'm the government, I'm here to help you." That's a famous quote from a famous president. The very next speaker, by the way, Mr. Cabe was against us. I think I understood him correctly, and that he was against us accepting this money. The very next speaker, Miss Leatherwood from Crabtree, she was for us accepting the money. And I quote her, "I have the right to decide what's best for my health. I don't want anybody telling me to take a vaccine. I don't want somebody to tell me I can't take a vaccine." It's called freedom. It's what our founding fathers died for. After 3 years, my heart goes out to these folks who had these bad experiences. I mean, that fella that nearly died and others, and I have family members. I have family members that suffered greatly from taking the vaccine. I know they did. I talked to you about that. I understand. I don't hold anybody harmless for trying to save lives. You know, Sarah, I was doing some research on D-Day. In World War II, we had a dictator named Adolf Hitler who was going to try to take over the world. It was a great, grave danger for this whole world. We had boys. My uncle was one of them. When the lid dropped on that PT boat, they were staring machine gun bullets right in the face. The Allies lost 10,000 people in about 15 or 20 minutes. America lost 4,400, if I remember right, 4,400 soldiers on D-Day. The risk was worth the reward. And that's what, those boys were drafted, okay? Nobody's drafting anybody to take the vaccine. I don't care to tell anybody here, I haven't taken the vaccine. I'm not against people taking the vaccine. Tommy Long's not going to browbeat you if you decide to take that vaccine and make that personal decision for your own health. I'm not going to browbeat you if you take it or if you don't take it. Early on, I think everybody across the country knew the circumstances. You had two presidents of different parties that lauded this thing. One initiated Operation Warp Speed. I don't hold them. I hold them harmless. In the face of the facts, or so-called facts that we thought at that time, I think it was a great thing. We had two different presidents of the United States of America laud this. And as far as the health risks, look, I've given thousands of vaccines. I'm a certified vaccine giver, okay? I've been to school on it. There are inherent dangers with about any vaccine. You take a bottle of Tylenol, you take a bottle of ibuprofen out of your medicine cabinet, and the fine print is going to say, if you take this, you might have a heart attack or a stroke. At that point, you make a decision, is my pounding headache worth the risk of me having a heart attack or a stroke? And a lot of people just take those things out of habit. But you could die with a heart attack or stroke from taking ibuprofen. Go read the bottle. What would anybody here today say about somebody that gave 200,000 vaccines in the effort to save lives, and within a few days you had 40,000 people sick? What if somebody gave 200,000 vaccines of COVID-19 and you had 40,000 people sick with it in a few days? I'd say that would be a disaster. You know that's happened in this country? In the 1950s, the one thing the public feared more than nuclear war was polio. Jonas Salk, Andrew Sabin, they developed the polio vaccine. Salk decided to have a killed virus. Sabin thought a live vaccine would be better. They had the luxury of many, many, many years of trials. And even after much investigation, they let out Mr. Salk's vaccine to a laboratory in California named Cutter Laboratory. They mass-produced his vaccine, and due to human error, 200,000 doses were given in 5 states, and whoever was supposed to do the killing of the vaccine botched it up. 40,000 people contracted polio from 200,000 doses. 10,000, I think, had irreversible, lifetime, debilitating, crippling. And there were several deaths. This vaccine, everybody knew it didn't have any clinical trials. It was publicized. You had to have your head sticking in the sand to realize that it was a very high-risk vaccine, but they thought the risk was worth the reward. If we had social media today and CNN, NBC, and Fox News, I'd say that Jonas Salk would probably be in the trash heap of American history. Now, with today's modern technology, with the devices we have, that debacle would have circled the globe in minutes as soon as the news hit. We were living in a period of time in the 1950s where people had a high trust in American government. High trust in American government. It's not so today. We have a level of distrust. I can't help that. True. So we have obstacles to overcome mentally about this thing. But the education part of it, by the way, because of what Jonas Salk did, Andrew Saban's vaccine got widespread acceptance, and it was a live vaccine. And because it was a live vaccine, many people got crippled from taking it. Because of the panic from the Salk vaccine debacle, we adopted a more risky vaccine. My classmate, and I won't mention her name, she has a lifelong disability. You know, I took the vaccine. I remember it. But my classmate was one of those 1 in a million that's listed on nearly every vaccine ever made to man. Brandon knows who she is. She's got left arm's crippled, her left leg's crippled. She had 5 brothers and sisters. They all took the vaccine. I don't blame her parents for doing that. None of the other children had a crippling effect. They thought the risk was worth the reward. Stone's throw from my house, a young boy, and I'm calling Rodney. I won't mention his last name. His parents gave him childhood vaccinations, MMR. I think that's one of the most common public health vaccines given to children. He had a very high temperature as a result of the vaccine reaction. He was one of those 1 in a million. He had 2 brothers also. All 3 of them took it. He was the only one that had a reaction. His parents took care of him like an invalid at home until he passed away with a heart attack in his 40s. It changed their life. I never heard his parents, I knew him personally, I never heard him one time say they regretted risking giving Rodney that vaccine. He had 2 brothers that took it. They didn't have a reaction. They thought the risk was worth the reward. It's told to us, the dangers of vaccines. It's told to us. Got another neighbor back during this same time frame, still alive, that has a very debilitating injury from a vaccine. And I'm sorry for taking all your time, Mr. Chairman, but I've studied this thing. The American freedoms that we enjoy were given to us by those boys that jumped out of that PT boat trying to climb the cliffs over on D-Day. Turned the water red. The risk was worth the reward. You have a choice. We've never mandated vaccines. Some of these other commissioners can prove me wrong, but this is backtracking. This is a rebate check from what y'all have already been doing for like 7 months. I'm going to speak to one speaker. They've left. Kind of slammed us up here. You know, we're up here taking all the rocks. You can throw rocks. That's what our job is. I mean, I disagree with the speaker that said that we made a mistake by punting this down the road 2 weeks. It's been uncomfortable, yeah. But boy, what an educational experience for all parties involved. We're here nearly at noon on a Monday morning meeting, frying these beans. The folks who are opposed to us taking the vaccine, they got heard. The people that were in a position to say, yeah, take the money, excuse me, vaccine, we're not taking any vaccine. The folks that were in favor of us taking the money and the folks that were opposed to it. I wish Congress and Raleigh and everybody else could hear all these folks. We're the front line of local government, and we get it all. But I'm not arguing with either side. I hate to disappoint you folks, but I know from personal experience in my family, there was some very adverse reactions to the vaccine. Very adverse. But it's changing every day. As early as June of 2021, I have it right here, the FDA sent out a warning that you could get myocarditis and blood clots. That was 1.5 years ago. And they changed their recommendations as we learn more. And sadly, this vaccine did not have the chance to go through all the trials that most vaccines go to. But elected leaders higher than this board made the decision to move forward with it. I want to speak one thing about the Constitution. There's folks here that are Constitution science. North Carolina State Constitution, Section 130A, which deals with public health, pretty much says that y'all are doing your job. And we have to follow the Constitution as elected leaders. If you want to read Section 130A, it pretty well says that this is standard operation. This is an accepted vaccine. It's got problems, like all vaccines. This one more so probably than any other because of the lack of clinical trials. Now, I'm not up here forcing anybody to take it. I'm not up here advocating for anybody to take it or not take it. Just like the speaker that was for it, Mr. Cabe, and the one that was opposed it, I think, both of them said the identical thing, if folks were listening. We have more in common here than you might think. Both sides of this issue want to save lives. That's a good thing. But the times we live in, this thing got thrust upon us. It made people a lot higher position than me have to make some tough decisions, and they thought it was best. At the time, they thought it was best. Yeah, we learned. Hindsight's always 20/20. Hindsight's always 20/20. When you're building the plane while you fly it, and I've heard that said many times during this whole epidemic, when you build the plane while you fly it, it's not the best situation.
Does anyone else have a comment?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
So
I'm patiently waiting.
before the, not to drag this out any longer than we've already been here, but before the last meeting, I met with Sarah and just asked some questions about the funding and what it was really for. And I will be very fair with you, like Tommy has been fair. We have an federal administration that likes to blur the lines of gender. And I was a bit, and I've said this to Sarah twice, 2 different meetings, have said that I'm a bit offended that they want to say this is for women and children because they work so hard to take my gender away from me or your gender away from you. So a little bit of pushback on that. The last 2 weeks, as Tommy said, has been a very deep dive, again, in all of the information out there about COVID and COVID vaccines. And, you can Google it 48 ways and it's going to come up. There'll be somebody pro and somebody con. It's a decision you have to make for yourself. I can't make it for you. I won't encourage you one way or the other to have a vaccine, to not get a vaccine. For me, finally, what it came down to is I think there are issues with the vaccine. I think the COVID virus is not going away. Hopefully, it will lessen itself over time. I think that it scares our population, young and old, because I think it is so uncertain. But unfortunately, this is money we've been acting on. We're just repaying ourselves for what we've done. And it's a financial decision for me. Again, I'm not a proponent of the COVID vaccine. I hope I don't have COVID again. There is something I want to ask Sarah. I'm not putting you on the spot. Is there a COVID vaccine clinic separate from the remainder of vaccine clinics that we give, which would be mumps, rubella, measles, flu?
In-house?
It's one place where you get vaccines.
No, I mean, we don't differentiate it in-house. We do have specific days that we give the vaccine on, only to alleviate wasting it.
So let me ask the question a different way. Is the line item in your budget separated out for MMR, which is mumps, measles, and rubella? Is it separated out for flu? Is it separated out for COVID?
No. I have to think about the budget.
That's fine.
When you look at the line item, there's a cost analysis of what we pay out for each vaccine, but it is all immunization money. There's not a separate.
But this money does not buy the vaccine.
Nope.
It is only paying for salaries, benefits, and some PPE, which is hand sanitizer, mask. There were typical things you can buy anywhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no separate line item for that. It's just all lumped in the whoever gives vaccines. Okay. So to me, that's what takes it back to a financial decision, is that I'm not satisfied that the vaccine is safe. I will say that. But I also feel like, and I made some notes and color-coded them, Diane Beauregard said, COVID is not going away, America is divided, and there is too much division. And I had also noted what Mr. Cabe said, and he said, it is not the job of the government to come between me and my health care. Folks, that's a two-sided sword. It's not for us to come between your decision, and it's not to come somebody else's decision. It is an individual decision.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I, like Commissioner Long, would like to respectfully disagree with what you had said earlier, but I feel like any time we have something on the agenda, if it's consent agenda or whatever, that we have questions about or concerns, that we pull it, especially when it's not time sensitive, and we done that at our last meeting. So I want to feel, as I said earlier, when I pray about doing this job and making decisions, I like to lay down at night knowing that I made the right decision for not only me and my family, but for all the constituents in Haywood County, no matter what side they're on. So anytime we see something on the agenda that we're not totally comfortable with, I feel like it's perfectly fine to.
I did say that, didn't I?
You did, but I just want to reiterate.
Oh, I want to clarify. I don't blame you a bit for pulling it.
No.
It's been uncomfortable, but anytime anybody has a problem with an item on the consent agenda or the agenda in general, if you think we can punt it down the road for 2 weeks, give the public time to give input and get us clear on it, I'm fine with that. I'm sorry I didn't clarify that.
No. You was pretty clear. I was just saying
I think everybody wins to allow more discussion and to get where we need to be for the vote. So yes, I agree with you. I want to make that clear.
Except for those of us that's getting hungry, right? So, but anyway, I just feel like that's fine. And also, I appreciate the folks that I've spoke with over the last several weeks. I've spoke to many people. I sat down with Dr. Jabin. He was willing to come by my shop for, I guess, an hour and a half or longer probably, and I had some tough questions for him. Appreciate that. And unfortunately, Sarah wasn't able to come. I know it's last minute, but I have done a ton of research myself over the last 3 weeks, I guess now, since our last meeting. And my initial concern when I first looked at this grant was, I guess, the wording. And Sarah, you've clarified that by saying, you know, you're not twisting anybody's arm, telling them to take the vaccination, but in the wording there, maybe we could have worded that a little bit differently so that we could have said, you know, here's what the money's going to be spent for, because it does say focusing on removing obstacles to assessing vaccine. And I think maybe that wording there is what got twisted around to making us feel like that's where we were coming from, and that was our approach. I've personally had some experiences going to a doctor's office with my wife. I've seen how they treated her prior to her getting the vaccine. And by the way, my wife has had the vaccine. I've got close family members that's had the vaccine. I have not, as the other two commissioners have already spoken about. I have some reservation about taking it and some questions and concerns about the long-term effects, which I'll talk about here in just a minute as well. But I'm not anti-vax in no means. I believe that it all comes down to freedom of choice. You know, that's who I am as a person. I don't like anybody telling me what to do. And if you don't believe me, ask my wife. She'll tell you real quick. I don't like somebody telling me what to do. But with your property, if it's medical related, no matter what, I will listen to the advice of all those around me, which has been stated as well. I was doing this research and I could look at both sides. You know, you can turn to one station and you hear one side, you turn to another station, or you can get on one website or look at another website. You can talk to one doctor who has a lot of credibility and then talk to another doctor that has a lot of credibility. So that's what led me to making up my own decision about this whole decision on whether or not to accept this grant money. But Sarah, I do have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I know putting you on the spot, but that's what you're there for, right? The first question I have, you know, the way we worded this, and this is more for the public's information, I think, because I've had the question answered in my mind. But, you know, we said we was going to focus on those that were less hesitant about taking the vaccination. I guess, can you speak to that a little bit? I know you done said that we're going to use that funding for PPE and paying our salaries, and as the other two commissioners have mentioned, it's something that's already been done. So this is almost a payback. Do you mind to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. I think the other important thing to point out is that we do still have people that are coming in to be vaccinated, even primary series vaccines. Yes, we are 3 years in, but for whatever reason, they have been hesitant. They needed more information. They had, life changes. So we do still have people coming in for that primary series vaccine. The other thing is that we have had residents in our community who have been with us through their entire vaccination history. So they may have started at a mass vac site, got through their primary series, and then when boosters came out, and even when the bivalent booster came out, even though it's readily available in a lot of other places, they choose to come back to the health department to see us because they have a relationship with us and they do trust us. And so I feel like we need to be there to meet those needs. Like I said, there is always an education process, whether you come in for the very first vaccine or you're there for your third booster. There's still an education process. We still ask if you have any questions. You still get all the vaccine information. We do all of those things every time you darken the door because it needs to be an informed decision. And if you have questions that we can't answer, we direct you to see your healthcare provider. You're not ready to make this decision today, and we have other appointments. Let's make you another appointment when you're ready to come back, if you're ready to come back.
Thank you for that. I knew that was going to be the answer. So basically, we're educating folks. Here's what we got, pros, cons, here's the risk. If somebody comes in maybe that's had a shot, want to know about a booster, or if someone's pregnant, want to know, do I still take the booster or the shot afterwards? Basically, it's just education. Is that correct? I see
Yes.
Dr. Jabin shaking his head yes as well. I guess another question I have is I know that we had stated that we was going to focus on vaccinating those that were, I guess, under the age of 18. Let me ask you a question. From what I have read and understand, minors have to have a parental consent if they do take the COVID shot. Is that correct?
They had to have consent when it was under emergency use authorization. They don't necessarily have to have parental consent after that. And it's laid out specifically by age, and I won't pretend to know exactly what it says in this moment. But for vaccine-preventable illnesses and communicable disease, there is some wording about minors.
But again,
We, however, I will say this, we, however, have required parental consent or guardian consent because not everybody comes in with a parent. So I will say guardian consent. Whoever has legal guardianship of that child, we have required parental consent, guardian consent.
Okay, and I guess going back to what you stated earlier, this is not something we're going out to folks offering. This is when we're actually there when they come to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and another concern that I had asked and felt like it would be wise to ask it publicly so you or Dr. Jabin, either one could answer, but is there any concern from either of you on long-term effects of taking the vaccine?
Are you asking me personally?
I guess that is an opinion, or if Dr. Jabin wants to answer that as well.
Well, nobody can tell you what's going to happen 20 years from now. Nobody can tell you what's going to happen 6 months from now. What this is a judgment of risk versus benefit. Tommy talked early on about the early days of this pandemic and things that were recommended, and risk and reward. For instance, the rate of severe allergic reactions from the COVID vaccine, 5 per million doses. Now, for those 5 people, That's some of who perhaps we're hearing from today. But what about the remainder of those people? And it is a risk versus benefit calculation. I can't tell you that there are long-term effects 20 years from now from something. What I can tell you is there are certainly long-term effects from having COVID for a lot of people, whether that be long COVID or disability or death. And so the question becomes, what's my greater risk and how do I feel about that? That's the choice in all of this. What a lot of people miss is they focus on the harms, which, for instance, with severe allergic reactions are few and rare, but real, and they fail to factor that against the benefit. Right now, if you look from April through September or October of this year, someone vaccinated is 6 times less likely to die than someone unvaccinated. And so if you want to talk about benefit, there's a benefit. Do you want to take advantage of that benefit? In terms of long-term effects, the history of vaccines is that the side effects, particularly long-term, show up within the first 6 months to a year. Now, there will be people who, have experiences which may speak against that, but that's the data. So we've been at this now 2 years plus, 670 million doses in the United States, billions of doses in the world. There have been some things that have reacted to a safety signal. There are some things that have been investigated, and they feel that there is an association. Myocarditis gets a lot of talk, and that is one of them. But what people also fail to realize is that myocarditis from COVID is 6 times more likely and more severe. Again, a risk versus benefit. If you're a male, particularly between 18 and 25, that's where the real risk is for myocarditis. That's something to certainly factor in. So again, this is what we know. All we can do is act on what we know. And all we can do as individuals is choose where's the benefit, where's the risk, what's more likely in my long-term interest. That's the choice that we talk about. And that's the choice that really is what this grant is about. It's really about choice. People don't want to do it. We've not coerced or persuaded anybody throughout this entire pandemic. We're here to support people to make their decisions, make their best choice. And if they so choose, we're here to help them with that. So anyway.
Thank you. I know that was my next question. I asked about the vaccine, but then I was going to ask about COVID, long-term effects of even getting COVID, and you answered that, so I appreciate that. But, again, it goes back to choice. You got a choice of the vaccine or take a chance of getting COVID. And either way, there's risk. And I like the thoughts of us being on the front lines educating people so that they can make that choice that we keep talking about. I know that a lot of the studies that I had looked at, they're going to monitor people over the next 5 years. It's going to be longer than the 5 years. I know you had shared that with me. But I know that they're looking close at those people that's willing to share their information over the next 5 years. And we're, like you said, 2.5 years into it. And it looks like that most of those people, correct me if I'm wrong, notice something in the first 6 weeks. Is that correct? If there is an issue, can you talk to that if you don't mind?
Well, I think, the most common adverse reactions, fever, aches, fatigue, that sort of stuff, which generally passes within the first few days for the people who get that. Not everybody gets that. And I think we know lots of people, and probably ourselves, who've had that. The longer-term reactions, the history of vaccines is that it's going to show up in the first 6 months or so. Now, there's not any cutoff at 6 months, but roughly, I think the point is early on. It's not like things are going to show up 10 years later. That's not in the history of vaccines.
Thank you. As I said earlier, as you look at the data and I was doing my research, it's hard sometimes to really find out what the facts are and who you can trust. But after looking at everything that I've looked at and all the data and having all my questions answered over these last 3 weeks, I go back to my original thought, and that was, again, being a freedom of choice to make the decision on what you feel is best for you and your family. Some people agree, some people don't. But if you choose not to get it, that's fine. If you choose to get it, that's fine. As Commissioner Long said, we're not going to browbeat anybody to death. You know, to not accept this grant money and use these funds and helping those that choose to receive the vaccination is just as wrong, I feel like, as saying we're not going to accept them. You know, like I said earlier, I've got people in my own family that decide to get it. My mom, my mother-in-law, close family members. Some have had issues, some have not. But to tell them that we're not going to accept this money to help in paying the salaries of our folks to give the vaccine is just as wrong. Again, go back to freedom of choice. And this was my main concern from the beginning. I feel like that's the way it should be in anything that we do, whether it's property rights or whatever it is that freedom of choice. So thank y'all for answering the questions.
Anything, Terry?
Yeah, I also met with y'all, you know, and I appreciate all the answers y'all gave me and stuff, and I agree with you on 90% of this, but the problem I've got is, like Brandon said, in the wording of this, trying to change people that the hesitancy against taking it. I just wish there's some way in the wording. I know it's a ongoing program. It's been going on, and nothing's going to change, like y'all say about the people that have wanted shots it's been ready to available for them. They can get them any day without any way this grant goes. They still get them. They don't have to get them, whatever. But the main concern is the people that have called me and talked to me, and my personal experience. I've got sisters going through it right now as we speak. And the issue I got, are we giving both sides the same education that we're saying we want to educate them, and I understand that, and I believe in educating all we can about the pros, but I also think we ought to, you know, in that education, put in the cons too of what, and that would be fair to the people out here. In our position, we represent everybody. We're supposed to represent both sides, Republicans, Democrats, whatever, anybody, and our decision is supposed to be made on the information we come together with. I'm getting email after email with one side of the studies, and then, you know, I met with y'all to talk to y'all about what y'all had against the other side of that. But I think if we're going to try to accept this grant, which I think we've already spent the money, so, I mean, I don't understand. Heck, the money's already been spent. I don't really understand why the grant's this late in the game, but anyway, I think like I say, in the classes, we do need the money for the employees. If we're already paying the employees with it, I don't hardly see how we can change that. But I think we should be able to change the wording to where we're not trying to remove the hesitancy from somebody that don't want to take it. That's my only concern. And I agree with y'all 100% on a lot of the stuff that we discussed down there. I understand the money for the county. That's a great thing. Anytime we can get it, but I don't like the idea of a lot of times when we get grants, things that are tied with them that ties our hands to where we have to do exactly what they say to get the grant for something that is good or something that is bad, whatever. I just wish we could reword it before it was a done deal, because we've got people on both sides sitting in here that could both be happy if the wording was changed, I think. And that's, we talked about the things you can do with it, the things that you can't do with it. I understand that's wrote out in the grant, but I think it should have been brought out to the people and discussed before it was completely wrote up. In other words, is what I'm saying. I know there's lots of things in there we can't change, but like I say, I think that would clarify a whole lot if they would clarify the wording in it. And I don't think you would have people. Anytime you can do something and bring the people together and not have nobody mad about it, and that's what I like to do. I may be different. Other commissioners may think a lot different than I do. But I believe in trying to make everybody happy, and I believe it could be made happy with that grant if the wording was changed to where we didn't try to convince anybody, and everybody had their own personal choice. Anybody that wants a COVID vaccine right now can go straight to the health department and get it. Am I right on that? without no problem. Anybody that don't want it, don't have to go get it. And I understand that, and I believe that education is fine, as long as it pros and the cons. You know, I think, I understand a lot of people have one side of thinking that on one side, the cons of what's, you know, what they think causes the vaccine to be bad, and the other side has all the things that they think the vaccine's good. And I think there's a way to come together with and it all be a personal choice. I think that'd bring everybody together. Nobody wouldn't be, you know, there wouldn't be no argument about it. But I just don't like to leave something hanging that we got one side, either way we go, one side's not going to be happy. And I don't think there's no reason for that. I think we could all be happy. And I know from personal experience, my dad just died back in July. My stepmother's in Maggie Valley Nursing Home. I got a call yesterday evening. They've got like 31 cases, and everybody's been vaccinated and all the boosters. And some of them deathly sick, and some of them are not deathly sick. And that shows you right there that there's good things and bad things about the whole thing. And I just think that there's a way to come together and do this the right way without having anybody upset. And that's just my point of view, I guess. But after meeting with y'all, I learned a lot of things that I didn't know. Ira told me a lot of things I didn't know. And then from the other side, I've got tons of emails. One thing that sort of bothered me a little bit is it seemed like we got some people on there that don't want to get along. We've got some emails. I did. I guess the rest of them got them too. That calling us all kinds of names and then saying that we're bad leaders and we need to grow a set and all kinds of stuff like that. And that's, to me, that's people that don't want to ever work together and make things right. That's people that just want to keep stuff stirred up. And that's not the way I do things. And I'm just giving you my personal thing. I think it could be worked out a lot easier, and everybody be happy if they would allow us to change the wording in that a little bit.
Just speaking to the verbiage of the agreement addenda, this agreement addenda went out to all of the counties. This is state verbiage, not local verbiage.
Right.
So the wording of the agreement addenda is not something that I have control over. What I do have control over is looking at the deliverables, what is allowable, and what we will utilize it for moving forward. But I can't change the wording of the document.
Could the health department not put out something that what we're actually going to do with it and what we're going to do with the money and everything without saying it and without having some kind of educational thing that tries to stop the hesitancy from somebody that don't want to take it?
Well, and that's where the budget comes in that you see in front of you is it's laid out exactly what we're going to spend it on. And then there's a quarterly report that we have to send in to the state about the deliverables. And then there's a monthly financial report that has to be sent in. And so they make sure that we are meeting the deliverables of what we have set out to accomplish.
Well, in your way of reading that and understanding it, does that mean that we've got to get this grant, we have to talk to people about the hesitancy of taking the vaccine? Is that one of the things that we can't change? Because that's going to make the difference where I vote for it or not. I don't know about what other people think, but that's my whole point. That's and that's what I'm getting beat up on, is us trying to educate people to not be hesitant about taking it. Because, you know, there's a lot of people that are dead serious about against it, and they don't want to take it, and I understand it. I don't want people to feel like if they come to the health department for another vaccine or for anything, that they're going to be educated as to why they should take the vaccine if they don't want to. And that's my whole point, and I feel like that's what the concern these people have here.
I think this goes back to a little bit of a conversation that Commissioner Best and I had about vaccine appointments. So the information that is provided to you is the exact same information that I would provide to Dr. Jabin if he walked in the door, or to Commissioner Best if she walked in. When you come in for a vaccine appointment, whether it is for childhood immunizations, a flu vaccine, or a COVID vaccine, you are provided with a list of what the CDC says is required. So childhood immunizations are on a schedule. There's also a list of recommended vaccines. This is one on that list. Now, is there a conversation that, oh, hey, you haven't had a COVID vaccine, you need to get this? That doesn't happen. And I can tell you that that doesn't happen.
Well, when I go pick up, I've got a heart condition. When I go pick up my medicine at the pharmacy, there's always a sheet in there that tells me the side effects and the, the pros and the cons of the medicine.
Sure.
Would that not be appropriate to do the same thing with the COVID vaccines?
You get it every time you walk in the door on
Let people
every
know
vaccine.
what the cons and the pros are for it?
It's handed to everybody. When we did mass vaccine sites, everybody got a copy of that paperwork. And not just not with the first vaccine, but if you got 2 doses in a primary series and you've been boosted from there on out, you get that information every time you come.
I mean, is this discussed before they take the vaccine or after the vaccine stuff? I just believe still that if y'all would just meet with the people and discuss this kind of stuff, we'd have, it'd make it a lot easier on us and everybody else.
Terry, I wholeheartedly agree with something that you said just before, which is the name calling and the putting people down and the slander doesn't help advance the cause from either side.
Right.
Having said that, throughout this entire pandemic, I've been happy to sit down with anybody who wants to sit down and take a critical look at all of the data, not just the cherry-picked data, in order to try and get a sense of risk versus benefit. That's what we do at the health department. Our job is not to convince anybody of anything. In fact, I can't convince you, and you can't convince me, and people can't convince each other. But what we can do at the health department is give you an opportunity, provide an opportunity to assess it for yourself based on an accurate reading of the full amount of data, not just cherry-picked data. The full range of what's the risk, what's the benefit, how much is the risk, how much is the benefit. Try to quantify that as best as we can. One of the difficulties through this pandemic is, as Tommy said, we're building a plane while we're flying it. Living with science as it evolves is difficult. Things change as we learn more, as it should. That's been very difficult for people to grasp. A lot of people are holding on to things from April of 2020 and trying to use that to justify. So again, our job is to support. It's not to convince, because we know that we can't. And so that's the role of the health department. We can't change the verbiage, but we can certainly clarify it for each of you. And I think that we have had those conversations, right? If it says, whatever it says, this is what it means to us, this is what we will do. If people feel differently and have different experience, or you do, we need to know that. And we would be happy to hear back about that. So we can't change it, but we can make it very clear what it means to us and how we're going to proceed. And I hope that we've done that. If not, please ask us if we've not made it very clear about what we intend to do in terms of that verbiage, how we interpret it, what we're going to do. Please say so. I hope that we've clarified that
If you remember, I asked y'all, if y'all remember, I asked y'all, if that would be a possibility, y'all having a meeting, sitting across the table and comparing the pros and the cons and stuff with the other people to try to bring peace into, to make things work a lot smoother
Terry,
in the county.
I've put that offer out to people from the beginning of this pandemic. Some people have taken me up on that, and we've had some good discussions. Other people have not. That still stands. I'm happy to sit down with anybody to talk about any piece of data, mine, theirs, whatever, so that we are assessing the whole thing. If people will come to that table willing to have that conversation, I'm willing to be part of that.
Right, and I appreciate that, because I'd like to see that happen, and that would, a lot of times you can clarify a lot of stuff by communication. And as long as you got people yelling back and forth, you're not going to get nothing done. And I would a whole lot rather come up here and sit down at this table right here and see happy people out here that were working things out before it come to this point, and everybody be happy when we left here. That would make it a lot nicer, I think, and for everybody in the community. But I would appreciate that if y'all would sit across the table and let's, and talk to these people and work this out, because I think the main problem I've got is the word. And I know that's, like you say, if you can't change the word on that, I don't understand really how they've already got it in place without it being passed, but that's something I probably just don't know, you know, about the legalities of it and stuff.
I'm sorry, can I ask you a question then?
Yes, sir.
Have we adequately clarified that language that you're talking about? To your satisfaction in terms of what we will intend to do with it?
No, I think the county does, my personal opinion is that I would like to see the county get the money because it's already been spent and we've already paying it. And that to me is like a reimbursement to get our money back. But we're between a rock and a hard place because if we don't pass it now, we don't get the money back, and our taxpayers, the people sitting here, are paying that money right now that we were not aware that we were paying, or I wasn't aware that we were paying. But I would like for it clarified that it's everybody has a choice. They do, and that's fine. That anybody that's wanted a COVID shot could have got it any day. Am I correct?
Everybody has that choice.
Well, what was the main purpose of the grant coming forward then to try to educate the ones that haven't took it, correct?
The main part of the grant is to support the health department efforts in the community.
Right.
For people who so choose to want to take advantage of it. That's the purpose of the grant. That language you could take to mean we're going to go out and convince people who are hesitant. You could also take that language as meaning we're going to give people an opportunity to assess the data and decide if they're hesitant or not. I mean, you could read it both ways. The way that we're reading it is that our job is to support the person to make that decision. Our job is not to coerce or convince them of anything. So you could read that language either way. That's how we have been reading it, and that's how we intend to continue to read it. I hope that that satisfies your concerns that somehow that language about making people less hesitant, rather than take the coercion interpretation of that, take the supporting interpretation of that. Because that's what we have done, and that's what we intend to do. I hope that that would satisfy your concerns, representing the people who have those concerns as well.
Well, what are y'all's plans in educating the people that are hesitant about taking it?
Well, if someone wants to have a conversation with me about the pros and cons of doing this, I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm not going to go seek them out and tell them that we have to have that conversation. They're coming to me, they're coming to Sarah, they're coming to the department and voluntarily asking, help me make this decision. That's what we do.
I understand that, and that's the point I was getting at. Do y'all give them the statistics about the people that have had reverse effects and stuff on it too? In the education process?
Mm-hmm. All of our vaccine information it's just like, you know, Commissioner Long says, it has all of the risks and benefits. It's a one-page front and back, and that's where the conversation starts. If they have questions in particular, we answer those. If they're questions that we can't answer, then we find them an answer, or like I said, we send them to see their provider. Most people want to see their primary care provider. That's where they look for answers. In our county, you know, a lot of the primary care offices are not providing these vaccines, so they don't have the opportunity to sit down in that moment with their provider and have that conversation. But we provide the risks and the benefits, not what I feel like the risks and the benefits are, but what the CDC and the FDA feel like the risks and the benefits are to everyone who comes in. It is not my personal opinion on whether or not you should be vaccinated, and I don't stand there in the clinic with them and try to persuade them one way or another, and I won't. That's not my job.
Sarah, you also mentioned that there's a website you can go to look at those stats, and you can break that down by state, county. Do you mind to share what that website is? Do you have it?
So the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services has a COVID dashboard, and it breaks it down by vaccines, it breaks it down by positive number of cases, it breaks it down by deaths, and you can look at it as a state or you can look at it by county. And it's a basic drop box where you can choose the county that you want to look at, and then it pulls it all up. And it shows you the total number and the percentage of the population that have had one dose or a complete primary series. And then if you go further down, it shows boosters, and it breaks it down by age group.
Okay. I just make a real quick comment, I promise. I've done research, and of course, most of y'all know I've got multiple sclerosis, and I'm also asthmatic. And I checked with my doctor, and I made the decision to get the vaccine. And I did get COVID at the end of my first booster. I got COVID. I didn't have to go to the hospital. I didn't really have any breathing problems. So I know it helped me, maybe save my life. I got COVID again last month, or in December, at the end of my second booster. And I wasn't able to get another booster because I was on a medication I was on. So, and I've talked to a lot of people that have health morbidities that have been concerned about this discussion. And so I did some research on that, and I went to the Kaiser Family Foundation healthcare site. It's a nonpartisan site, middle of the road. They did a study on the COVID to the number of people and everything, and found out 80% of the nation has gotten at least one shot. 80% of the United States has got a shot. North Carolina was in the top third. 87% of North Carolinians have had at least one shot. So I'm not sure that it's that controversial in the vast majority of the public, because most of the public have gotten at least a shot of the vaccine. I'm sure there were problems in some of them. Tommy talked about drugs, and I can't take ibuprofen because I break out in hives and my throat swells. So I don't take ibuprofen, but I can go buy it over the counter. So I know there's meds that, there's a risk benefit to everything. And I talked to my doctor about it, about before I got the shot, because I wanted to make sure it was okay for me to get the shot. And he recommended, in fact, he had told me, and I haven't researched this, but he said 96% of the doctors have gotten the COVID vaccine. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounded pretty good. And that was back over a year ago. So I understand it. And I guess some of the hesitancy with Republicans that I've noticed is it's kind of odd to me, because President Trump had an Operation Warp Speed, and he pushed to get the vaccine approved. And then he and his family all got vaccinated, and they set an example to do that. And he was interviewed a couple of weeks ago, and he said it saved tens of millions of lives, and he still supports everyone getting vaccinated. So anyway, for those reasons and many others, I see that there are a lot of people out there that are underserved and are low income that we talk to, and you're basically making the information available to them so they can make a proper choice between. A lot of times you're they're the only ones that they can get medical advice from, because they can't afford a doctor. So they're able to do that. So it just makes it seem expedient to me that we're able to provide this information to people. And plus, we're just basically reimbursing ourselves, because the state and federal government has pushed down that you guys have to keep up with this in certain ways and certain data. And so, you have your normal jobs to do, which is the regular health out here, and then COVID is just something that kind of come on the scene 3 years ago. So, you were just trucking along doing your normal jobs, and all of a sudden this has come along. So, but anyway, I'm in support of this for those reasons. So, that being said, does anybody have any other questions or comments so we can move on?
I'd like to make one more comment, please.
Okay.
Sarah, would you and Dr. Javen and I be interested in sitting down in a meeting and explain these things to these people, and just sit down in a no arguing, just sit down discussing this issue with some of the citizens that are concerned, and explain to them, like y'all explained to me, that this is an ongoing thing and nothing's going to change, and that we're not trying to force anybody into taking it. It's going to be a personal choice where they want to take it. Because that's what I'm understanding we're agreeing on, correct? Would y'all be willing to do that and seeing if everybody can come to consensus on I'm not talking about just on the grant, but on in general,
Terry,
to being fair to both sides?
Right. Terry, that offer has been available throughout the entire pandemic. And if people will come to the table wanting to have an honest-to-goodness conversation and discussion, we're all for that, as we have been.
I think that'd be a good idea, and I would appreciate that.
But it's always been available. Okay. All right, so I'll entertain a motion we approve item 1 of the regular agenda.
I make a motion we approve item 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank y'all, appreciate y'all being out here. Sarah, you got one more here. And this is a real good one here. Request approval of a budget amendment for public health, $1,127,013 to accept and appropriate grant funds from Via Health to serve residents of Haywood County. If everyone would please refrain from speaking. To serve residents of Haywood County, including at-risk individuals who have justice involvement and no insurance, and to educate the community on substance use and mental health prevention, treatment, and recovery. And so, Sarah, you and I are here to talk about that this morning. I think this was a grant we got through the state for mental health. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and I presented on this, the proposal in December, I think before Commissioner Ramey was here, so I'm happy to answer any questions. But it is dedicated to the treatment of substance use disorders. And it's a relatively lengthy proposal at this point. It also includes the inclusion of recovery court participants, so working with Judge Vijay Whitrama and also Judge Leslie to get justice-involved people into treatment. The one thing, well, I won't say one thing, but one in particular that is not allowable in this is an inpatient treatment facility where there's a medical detox of some kind. We can send them to places like Horizons where it's inpatient, outpatient treatment. It's hard to, but there's no medical treatment involved. So if people need a long-term recovery option where they, because a lot of times it's about mindset and about changing your environment and getting away from the whole scene. So if they need long-term recovery where we can send them for 6 months or a year-long program, we have the option to do that with this money also. So it's truly dedicated to treatment. In the proposal, it will basically be housed in public health. We will hire a provider and a nurse, an educator and a peer counselor who will all be dedicated to this specific program, so that as soon as we can get them in with a provider, we basically can carry them the whole way through until hopefully until recovery at the end, however long that may be. So it'll include basic health care with us. It'll include medications if we have to medically treat them for substance use disorders. It'll include a behavioral health component where we'll utilize our resources in the community for face-to-face, but we're also looking at implementing a telehealth option so that as they move through recovery and get 9-to-5 jobs and that sort of thing, that mental health portion is still available to them even if they can't go be face-to-face with somebody at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry, it's a lot of information in a small amount of time, so.
One of the things that I think that's lacking is mental health care that's why we have a homeless problem, a lot of it. If you're sleeping under a bridge, you've got a mental health problem. So I know this will go a long way towards, it'll definitely give us a shot in the arm to help with some of these issues that are affecting our county with mental health. And I think Mark Pless got this grant for us. I appreciate Mark putting us in for that. And it sounds like y'all have a great plan on how to implement it.
Here's to hoping.
Yeah.
We really want to create a sustainable program of accountability. We want people to really participate in their recovery process because that's important.
One of the key things, and I spoke with Legislature Pless, Representative Pless, one of the key things on this, I know it's been a big community concern, these funds cannot be used for syringes, hypodermic needles, cookers, or medications, including naloxone. So, that's been a big topic, and I want to make sure that was communicated.
Correct.
I said earlier that I think any step we take, however great or small, toward helping to heal those in need in our community that, really get them on the right path. And that's about accountability and being clean. It's not about enabling them in any way. I want to be really clear about that. But I think any step we take, however small, is great. And this is, it's good to see that you're stretching that 1.2 as far as you possibly can.
Okay, any other comments?
Sir, can any of that be used with the recovery court part of it?
Yes, and so I've been in communication with Judge Vijay Rama. Actually, I'm supposed to see him again at some point this week because they have just hired.
Administrator?
Yes. I don't know what the official title is, but, and that person will work closely with us and also with the judicial system to make sure that we get those people in and seen, because they will have different, basically different criteria. I mean, they'll have to see one of the judges so often, and, you know, they will basically hand them an ABCD list, and this is what you have to complete in order to, you know, to really move forward. And it's my understanding that those charges, you know, if they participate and they're successful, that those charges, you know, we're basically kind of giving them a second chance of those not hindering them in the future. So yes, they've.
I went over and sat through that. I went over and sat through that recovery court deal, and that really works good. And I appreciate this because this is going to be a great help, and I think that will really.
Yeah,
show.
they have been in conversation from the very beginning. So.
Good deal. I think it'll be really great for that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. We approve item 2 of the regular agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, item 3 is to request approval of the annual report on unpaid taxes for the current fiscal year that are liens on real property per North Carolina General Statute 105-369A, and approval to set the advertising date of March 29th, 2023 for the delinquent 2022 real estate taxes. Sebastian, go ahead and let us know about that.
So good morning, Commissioners. So first of all, before I get started, I'd like to thank my staff, Michael, Emily, Terry, and Tanya. They've been great, and without their hard work and support, I couldn't do this job. So as of January the 6th, which is when the taxes became delinquent, there was a remaining balance of $10,659,829.56 for a collection rate of 77.68%. As of this morning, the remaining balance is down to $3,963,146. And as of this morning, the collection rate is 92.42%. So that's for the liens on taxes.
Okay.
So now I need to ask for permission to advertise delinquent taxes in the Mountain Air on March the 29th.
Okay. And then, when would be the last day that people, if they don't want their names in the paper, when would be the last day for them to see you?
Me and Tony have discussed it. The last day is March the 24th.
Okay.
And we have it posted outside the courthouse on the door and in our office and on the website.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Sebastian? You did well, Sebastian. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. We approve item 3.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, item number 4 is to request approval of a 2023 Rosenbauer Maverick pumper tanker truck purchased by Fines Creek Volunteer Fire Department. And we have their chief, Marion Ferguson. And Marion, I appreciate you guys staying. I think some of your people had a couple of little ones out there, so.
And you didn't slip out and go across the street and get some chicken a minute ago.
Not yet. But as soon as I can get a phone.
Okay. Sorry it took us so long, but I appreciate y'all waiting us out.
It's all part of the business, all part of the business. As you know, I'm Marion Ferguson. We're coming to you to seek your approval for our fire department to purchase a new fire truck. We've talked with Christian over here and shared our financials with her, shared the specs of the truck. We're obviously in need of a truck and have been for quite some time. The trucks that we try to fight fire with right now. One of them's 16 years old, one of them's 31 years old, another one's 32 years old. So, got some age and, you know, we're having to do regular repairs on them, and an opportunity came to us, to purchase a truck. It's a new truck. It was ordered by another fire department who, in the end, didn't have enough money to pay for it as it neared completion. And so price of fire trucks have gone up tremendously since this truck was built through all the COVID stuff. And they offered it to us at their original quoted price. So this truck is priced somewhere in the neighborhood $250,000 to $275,000 less than what it would cost to spec it and buy it now, and we're just seeking your approval to move forward with it.
So your board, I saw your paperwork in the packet. Your board's completely on with this, and
yes.
I know Teresa does a good job with the finances, so y'all are good with it. And I appreciate the comprehensive board meeting minutes that you provided us concerning this issue.
Amen.
And y'all have a big district you got to cover too.
It's the largest fire district in the county,
Yeah.
really, but it includes a lot of federal lands.
And then you got I-40.
I-40 as
Yeah.
well. And we're working right now, Juneau-Luska Fire Department, of course, responds to the lower end of the gorge there on 40, and we're working through to establish a mutual aid agreement with them to help out with that, especially in light of the bridge projects that are going on down there now.
Yeah, it's a dangerous stretch of road, so appreciate y'all taking care of that for us.
Tell us just a little bit about your new truck. How many gallons of water does it carry?
It's a pumper tanker. It's 1,800 gallons. Teresa's not here. Teresa can rattle it off a whole lot better than I can. I meant Sonia, I'm sorry.
How many personnel?
Who? Okay. But she said 1,800 gallons and 1,500
Gallons per minute tank.
per minute pump.
Per
Okay.
pump.
Yeah, they can't hear you out there on the TV, so, okay, it's all right.
She's read over it more than I have. So.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. It's good to have good people keeping us straight.
Oh, yeah. I've got 2 women that do a real good job keeping me straight.
Okay.
Appreciate your thoroughness and what you presented here, and thank you for what you do as well. I know that all that money that you make, you know, by doing that job,
Oh, yeah.
which is nothing, it's a very thankless job, and we appreciate what you guys do.
Amen.
Okay, so anybody got anything else? Okay. I'll entertain a motion, we approve item 4 of the regular agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion at all? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thanks for your
Thank you, Chief.
patience.
Chief
Thank you.
Ferguson. Okay, item 5 is to request approval of adoption of proposed Haywood County Greenways Master Plan, Alta Planning and Design Senior Planning Associate Kimberly Williams, French Broad River MPO Director Tristan Winkler, and Recreation and Parks Director Ian Smith. And I want to thank you all for hanging in there with us this morning.
I'll give them a medal.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Here to present the adoption of the Haywood County Greenways Master Plan. And as the Chairman mentioned, joining me today is Tristan Winkler, the Director of the French Broad River Metropolitan Planning Organization, and Kimberly Williams with Alta Planning and Design. She's the Senior Planner. Before we dive into the presentation, which will cover a timeline, the benefits of adopting this plan, and then the overall plan itself, we'd like to make something very clear that came up in the public comment section. On October 25th, 2022, we conducted an agricultural stakeholder meeting concerning specifically the Jonathan Creek corridors and the Raccoon Creek corridors of the plan, both identified as priority projects that we'll go into. The feedback was heard loud and clear from that meeting, and since that meeting, the Jonathan Creek corridor in its entirety was pulled from the plan, in the Raccoon Creek corridor was amended to not go any further south than Asheville Road. I would like to also reiterate that this plan in no way will exercise eminent domain. This is all done strictly voluntary with landowners, and there is no inkling at all to take any land from anybody in connection to the greenways. Okay?
So could I just reiterate that, okay? Because during the public comment session, it inflamed me, you know, some of the comments. It upsets me, you know, that some of that stuff could be true, and I had not heard about eminent domain, about the next generation. So could you speak to that? I heard the lady say that when she died, her children were going to be forced to forfeit that 30-foot right-of-way across their property.
No,
There's nothing in that plan to indicate that at all.
not at all.
Well, I can tell you, if there is, you won't get any support from me.
I understand
So
that.
I'm like Mr. Rogers. I believe in property rights and property owners' rights, and I don't want anybody traipsing through my backyard 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, unless people want to, as you say, it's strictly voluntary. It's called freedom. If you're free to give an easement for that purpose if you want to, but don't force me to.
I agree.
I have one question. I feel like I'm jumping your presentation, and I certainly don't want to. First of all, I want to say again publicly that I was at that meeting, and you managed that situation and crowd very well, that they knew what they wanted, and we farm as well, and I felt like it's not an easy room to work, and you did a very good job, and I appreciate your professionalism. Someone asked me to ask a question, and I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way now. If the municipalities, meaning Waynesville and Maggie Valley, were to annex portions of those areas, maybe they're currently in the ETJ, could they eventually exercise their authority and create a connector on those greenway areas? So if there was future annexation into those municipalities, could that annexation allow them some sort of forced connector between parcels that maybe have part of the greenway and part don't?
I certainly can't speak for the municipalities, and that is well and truly outside of my wheelhouse with recreation. But what I can say is that after talking with the town of Waynesville, Elizabeth Teague was here, but unfortunately had to leave before we were able to come up and present, is that the annexation is strictly voluntary as well. The individual has to request annexation to get in. Furthermore, town of Waynesville itself, just using them as an example, they have also been strictly voluntary with the landowner rights in pursuing greenways, especially on the Richland Creek corridor. And then furthermore, if it's not listed in this plan, it becomes very hard to pursue, because this plan will help leverage funds to do so. So if there is a route on here that is not listed that a municipality wants to go back to in a year or two from now, 5 years from now, that becomes a significant financial hurdle to do so.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry also for jumping your presentation, but I thought we'd just get it over with up front and move forward, so.
It's okay, no problem. All right. So this whole process started on August 2nd, 2021. We've been at this for about 1 year and 6 months now, when the board approved to accept grant funding for $90,000 with a $22,500 match from Tourism Development Authority to pursue a Greenways master plan. By the end of October 2021, after rounds of interviews with prospective firms, Alta Planning and Design was chosen to complete the master plan that we will present today. The real work began in the spring of 2022, so spring of last year. We started off with some kickoff meetings, looking at existing sites and conditions of current greenways that are already on the ground here in Haywood County. And then a first round of public workshops on top of a public survey that was open for better part of 3 months, I think going on 4 months. Across that, we've had 6 public workshops, 581 public survey responses, and 8 stakeholder meetings. I also think this came up at one of the previous meetings that when the survey went out, there was no map. It was blank. It was to see what people wanted from a greenway. What did they want to see connected? Where would they prefer a greenway run? That sort of thing. We conducted a second round of public workshops in the fall of 2022 once a draft of the plan had been submitted from Alta. We had a couple stakeholder meetings there, one with elected officials, where I was able to look at the plan, the corridors, the priority projects that have been identified. And then we had a final plan back about December, once we had to go back to the drawing board to get those two routes removed and amended. And so we're here for presentation today. So what has gone into this slide, or sorry, this plan? Field analysis, current conditions. To date, there is roughly over 2 miles of greenway or multi-use path that is down in the county. Looking at existing facilities, as well as taking into account the public meetings and the survey responses and the information gathered there. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, steering committee and stakeholder input is crucial. We had a group of stakeholders that were not for this coming down the Jonathan Creek corridor, further south down the Raccoon Creek corridor, and that is important. Stakeholders and their voice is important, and so we took that into account, removed those two. And then again, voluntary participation of landowners. So the benefits of this, and Tristan will continue to touch on this in just a moment. This fills the gaps for the regional Hellbender Trail, which is a regional greenway network that has been proposed across western North Carolina. Prioritizes where NCDOT will be asked to invest its funds. And I won't take that from Tristan, but there is a significant financial leverage that we have if we adopt this plan when it comes to any greenways along NCDOT right-of-way. Also aligns with the County Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan, which was adopted last April. Greenways were listed as in the top 2 priorities for improvements to existing or new recreational amenities. And lastly, the thing like with the Recreation Master Plan that was adopted, it's a high-level plan. Importantly, it does not commit the county to anything. It does not commit the county to any funding or implementation. And then partners of the plan, Haywood Community College, Waterways Association, Health and Human Services, Parks and Rec, Soil and Water Conservation District, the Greenways Council, which a lot of these organizations here listed have a seat on the Greenways Council. The Development Services, volunteers, French Broad River MPO, Town of Waynesville, all the municipalities. And then also the Tourism Development Authority for contributing the match money for the grant in 2021. So what we've heard from the public so far: where should trails connect? Downtowns, Lake Junaluska, river and creekside access. Trail surfaces, they want a variety, anything from paved or asphalt to just natural surface trails. Top trail benefits: recreation, access to nature, economic development. And the other key themes that came out of this were maintenance, conservation, safety, and accessibility. So I'm going to turn it over to Tristan Winkler now.
Hey folks, I'm Tristan Winkler. I'm the director of the French Broad River Metropolitan Planning Organization. Thanks for having me today. So as Ian was touching on, why do this? One thing we keep track of is roadway safety statistics, especially bicycle and pedestrian crashes and fatalities. And one trend that we've seen across this region, as well as within Haywood County, is an increase in crashes for pedestrians. The chart we're showing is Haywood County, but I can say across the region, one of the things that really sticks out to us is 15% of our roadway fatalities now involves a bicyclist or pedestrian. It's something that we see as a big goal to try to mitigate in the near and long term. So, as Ian mentioned, a big part of why this plan was important to the MPO and the eyes of the region is really to enable our local governments and our municipalities to best take advantage of NCDOT's new Complete Streets policy. The DOT Complete Streets policy is essentially that if there is a greenway or bike ped facility in an adopted plan, when DOT has a roadway project, they will incorporate that element with no cost to the local government. If it is not in an adopted plan, then that is something that requires cost share, something where the local governments have to pay in order to have that element added to the project. From a lot of what I've heard about Complete Streets policies, there's a lot of talk about them, but one thing to be very clear about is that it is cheaper for everyone to do the project right the first time. The more you have to go back and put things in to retrofit a project, it's more expensive for everybody. So a big part of this policy, as I see it, is trying to get it right the first time and trying to enable local governments to get what they envision for their corridors and their transportation networks. But also, having this adopted plan is something that we see as enabling potential funding opportunities in the future. One thing to point out is that through the French Broad River MPO, there's $5.5 million a year in discretionary transportation funding that's made available. That sounds like quite a lot of money, but infrastructure is expensive. But one thing we really emphasize is trying to make sure that what those regional funds are being invested in are something in an adopted plan that have gone through a publicly vetted process. And so having this enables our local governments to potentially pursue and take advantage of the infrastructure funding that's made available to our region. One thing I will point out is that something we say in orientation for our board members is transportation projects, ironically, take a long, long time. So having an adopted plan is a very, very important, but the first step in a process to getting your projects implemented. From there, a big part of why we have these funds available is to get into engineering and design. If right-of-way is needed, that's a further step. And then you get into construction. So again, to emphasize, a very, very important, but a first step in trying to get some of these things implemented. So we're hoping that by the development of this plan, with your staff, as well as the many community members that have come out, we can best position Haywood County to take advantage of some of the things that are out there and help make our roadway network a little safer. With that, I'll hand it over to Kim.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'd like to talk about 3 important points before I dive in and show you a little bit of the details of the plan. First of all, this is a menu of options. So if you go to a restaurant, you aren't going to be forced to eat anything on the menu. It's there for you to partake in if you choose. So maybe some of the items within this menu won't be selected ultimately. But it shows different ways that trails and greenways can happen. The second most important point, or probably the most important point, is that this is all voluntary with landowners. And in fact, most of the greenways we're showing here, especially the pilot projects, are mostly within public right-of-way, so there isn't a lot of need to acquire additional lands. But if there were, it would be completely voluntary with private landowners. The 2 other things I'd like to mention is this is an economic development opportunity. Recently, our firm studied economic impacts of greenways throughout the state and found in Brevard that they have about 80,000 users a year of their greenway system and find an economic return of $1.5 million a year, just directly and indirect costs because of that greenway system. And then the last thing I want to mention overall is that this is the year of the trail for North Carolina. The state legislature has created an unprecedented amount of funding for greenways and trails, as well as nationally. There's lots of money out there through the infrastructure bill. So right now really is the time to seize upon these opportunities where you're going to get a lot of money without having to put a lot of investment in locally. So what was in the plan? We looked at the overall network and the existing system. We looked at design implementation and feedback was a huge component, especially after we listened to some agricultural stakeholders, knowing that we need to scale back and really try to concentrate greenways where there's right-of-way, and look at easy implementation opportunities. So we looked at the whole system of the county. I'll zoom in into a better map in a second. But we're looking at especially the connection of the Hellbender Regional Trail System that goes from the east to west, connecting the communities of Waynesville, Clyde, Canton, Lake Junaluska. We also heard feedback from the public and some of the municipalities. They want to try to make natural surface trail connections from their community to the public lands around them. And an example of this that's recently happened is the Chestnut Mountain in Canton. Is an example where municipalities and conservation groups have worked together to build trails. So after we looked at the whole system and analyzed where would it make sense to have trails, especially within public right-of-ways, we are suggesting a few pilot projects that within the next 5 to 10 years make the most sense to implement. And so these areas are highlighted with the red boxes. So again, the thicker dashed line is the proposed greenway system, but I want to reiterate, most of those you're seeing are part of public right-of-way systems on roads. Any of the smaller lines that you might see, like in the Jonathan Creek area, are part of other plans where they suggested a sidewalk along the road, just so you get a sense for all the planned bike and ped infrastructure. So again, we did eliminate a proposed greenway along Jonathan Creek and a portion of Raccoon Creek to really, after listening to a lot of feedback. So I'll quickly go through the pilot projects, but one of the most important to the public was really addressing the issue of crossing Delwood Road. Currently, there is no safe crossings where you have a signal to get from one of the trails on one side to Lake Junaluska trails. So it's suggested by NCDOT and in conversations of this project that there will be eventually this type of signal that is a pedestrian activated signal. And in fact, there was recent fatalities on this road related to people trying to cross. So it is kind of a hotspot area for that. The next project we're looking at as a pilot project is Richland Creek Greenway, and this is all within Waynesville. Waynesville is currently working on studying the details a lot further, and they did a much more detailed study than the master plan, so there's been more kind of in-depth look at this. But this current connection that's proposed, and there's several other parts of the Greenway system too, looked at connecting the recreation park over to the existing Greenway by the industrial park, and that ultimately goes over to Lake Junaluska. They did some preliminary outreach with landowners and so far have gotten some positive feedback, but they're still in the process of working with landowners, which is all voluntary. The next pilot project we looked at is the Raccoon Creek connection. And again, I want to reiterate that that connection is largely looking at now just going from, let me actually zoom back to this map. Even though this is Richland Creek, you'll see where it merges in with Raccoon Creek. And right close to Richland Creek is Junaluska Elementary School. And there are also, the county is funding a future bike park that's just kitty corner from there. So it's really about connecting those two features is the most important part of that greenway. And that's largely going to be within CDOT right away or school property, which we did talk to them as a stakeholder. So second to last pilot project is the Pigeon River Park and Pathway. And one of the opportunities we found to be a really great thing to look into the future is all the properties shown here in green are actually county-owned properties. They're part of the flood buyout program. And so landowners willingly sold their properties that are routinely flooded and currently are vacant properties. So the idea is to connect through Clyde. There's not a lot of great pedestrian bike facilities in Clyde to safely get through town and ultimately connect to River's Edge Park as well, but to activate this trail as well and make it a kind of like a park-like system. And then lastly, this is a project that the town of Canton actually asked us for and is pushing for currently and working with MPO and the North Carolina Department of Transportation. And that is taking Park Street. You might recognize Bearwater Brewing there and the bridge where the Pigeon River is taking a 3-lane road and parking down to a 2-lane road and a protected cycle track. And with the ultimate idea that you could phase it to be more like a park-like promenade. And this is really to connect to the Hellbender Trail system, to the Chestnut Mountain Park I mentioned, and be the major east-west connector. So again, this project and all these projects I've shown you just now are all projects that are mostly or all within public right-of-way. So lastly, I want to mention, this is going to be a heavy lift mostly for the municipalities, but further down the road, as greenways are built outside of municipalities, there will need to be some involvement of how do maintenance partnerships work. Sometimes, different nonprofits will help set up endowments for maintenance. There's ways to do cost share programs with municipalities. So there's a lot of different things can be explored, but a lot of those projects that are going to need county maintenance are much further down the road. So there's no obligation for funds or anything like that immediately. It's more to support the implementation, especially of municipalities right now trying to get these done. So with that, I think we're going to open up to questions.
Ian, I guess this may be a question, well, for any of you, I guess, but if you have a landowner that owns a piece of property and it's in between two people that have agreed, what happens at that point? Does the Greenway not go through that area until that property owner agrees, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, so that process, if property owner number 1 is for it, property owner 2 is not, property owner 3 is, then that pretty much would halt any progress on that, because we wouldn't go in and build the greenway going right up property 2's line and then from property 3's line as well. You would want everybody in that corridor or along that stretch to agree, and all of that would be flushed out with further stakeholder meetings and planning to do that. So what you're adopting here today would be just a high-level plan as a menu. I know we're getting close to lunchtime, a menu of options, and then to pursue those options there would require more public involvement.
So today, we're just approving the plan, and then there'll be other discussions moving forward to make these other decisions. I guess just from what we heard today, I just want to be sure we're protecting the property rights of those individuals, especially our farmers. Got less and less of them, and seems like their land's disappearing quicker. So just want to be sure we're protecting those folks and giving them the right. Also, just to reiterate, if that individual that is in between those two properties passes on, it's handed down, it still has to go through those kids or whoever the land's passed down, right?
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure we get that out one more time.
They would then become the property owners, and it would be their choice.
Thank you.
Yeah, but this is not going across anybody's land, right?
I think the original proposal.
The original proposal did. I know we've took that out.
Okay.
This, I think what we're talking about here is going to be more of in the right of ways.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
again, just from what we heard today, I just want to be sure that we're taking care of those folks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
One thing to clarify is usually at this large planning level, you're not implementing greenways at all. It would be the next stage that you would do feasibility studies, which looks at multiple alignments within one corridor. And usually at that point, you can do a lot of outreach with landowners, which there are minimal private lands that are needed for this greenway system right now. But for those that would be involved with that, usually there's folks like myself who will talk to the landowners. If they're not interested, then you choose an alternate route. So it's really looking, that is one of the most important factors for choosing like a final route at a later stage is willingness with landowners. But again, all these implementation projects that I propose to you are very, very minimal on needing private land ownership.
Thank you.
But the original proposal didn't have it going across anybody's farmland, right?
There was a corridor going out through Jonathan Creek.
But that was along the road, they're redoing that road, so I thought that's where it was going.
It would kind of zigzag back and forth, originally going up from the intersection there along Delwood and Jonathan Creek Road.
I believe the two
going up to the schools.
the two properties in question was the Jonathan Creek Trail and the Raccoon Creek Trail that I think gave some heartburn to some of the public, possibly
After
going.
the October 25th agricultural meeting, it became pretty clear that at best support would be checkerboard along Jonathan Creek, so the decision was made just to pull that corridor in its entirety from the plan.
Yeah, I didn't think we were going across any farmland or anything, so, okay, good. Okay, that's good. Okay, does anybody have any other questions or comments? And you've got a map in here where everybody can look at it, so. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion, we approve item 5 of the regular agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you all. Appreciate y'all bearing with us.
Thank you very much.
This morning. Okay, item number 6 is to request approval to accept the bid from Bolton Construction and Services of Western North Carolina in the amount of $604,545, being the lowest responsive bidder for work identified as installation of energy recovery ventilation system, updated energy management controls, and repairs by factory certified technicians for our existing, I guess that's Dakin HVAC system, and request for approval of budget amendment. Capital Project Fund Master Facilities, $64,101 to appropriate contingency funds to cover additional repairs discovered at Paragon Parkway as part of the bidding for energy recovery and ventilation project. And Tim, go ahead.
That's another mouthful, ain't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. Apologize for being the last on the agenda with a fairly complex project. This is broken down into 3 components, essentially, that we've kind of roped into one contract. It is, in fact, energy recovery and ventilation as one component, energy management controls, and then the repairs that were identified to the existing Dakin system. I don't want to get too deep into it, so I'll honestly just open the floor to questions, if you guys have any questions, and discuss it like that, if that's okay.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
Okay. I looked it over. The bid process, it went like you wanted it to. I mean, we took the low bid, right?
We had 3 very qualified bidders. We chose Bolton being the lowest qualified, responsible bidder. Yes, sir.
Any questions? And this is budgeted?
Is this all pertaining to the Paragon Parkway building?
The Paragon Parkway facility, yes, sir.
Was this budgeted, Tim, or is this out of fund balance?
The whole project was budgeted, but we came up short just based on everything affecting us, Kevin.
Okay. Any other questions?
4,000 of contingency, right?
64,
We had it all budgeted about that, yeah.
Right, we had it budgeted.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain, we approve item 6 of the regular agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I'll just run through these appointments. It's in the next order of business. Number 1 is to request approval of a reappointment of Vicki Reese to a second 3-year term and the appointment of Melissa Jackson to a 3-year term on the Smoky Mountain Event Center Board.
I make a motion to approve those.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 2 is to request approval of an appointment of Jennifer McSwain Martin to a 3-year term on the Library Board of Trustees.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Number 3, request approval of appointment of Courtney Terrault to the Haywood County TDA 1% Subcommittee for zip codes 28785, 28786, to serve as a regular member fulfilling an unexpired partial term until December 31st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Did I miss something? Everything on it? Okay. Number 4, to request approval of waiving a 2-term policy and approval of appointment of David Gildersleeve to a 3-year term on the Haywood County Planning Board. Now, Brian, on that one, did we not have any applicants? Or was he an engineer?
I'm not sure exactly, but the planning board has said his departure would be detrimental to their functioning.
Okay, all righty. Okay, all those, is there a motion for number 4?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. All right, next, we do not have a closed session, and does anybody have anything further before we adjourn? Oh, okay, no. Brian's being a jokester over there. Okay. Okay, anything? Okay, I'll entertain a motion, we adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, we're adjourned.
Who's buying lunch?